and the NBA Finals. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. Don.
Give me a piece of wood. I'll eat it.
Hahn.
Peter, the most you sweat is at a buffet.
And Rosenberg.
I'll be honest, the one thing I miss about having an office is the taste of Steve Hart's nuts.
This isn't North Dakota. This is New York.
This is Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
The best threesome I've ever heard.
On ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
301 in the big city. Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live at Stout 35th between 7th and 8th. And the only thing that changes is the number of the game. Game 4 tonight, Spurs and the Knicks, as the Knicks look to take a 3-1 series lead to San Antonio over the weekend. How's everybody doing on this glorious Wednesday?
I thought we were in our studio.
I'm at Stout. I feel good. Like, this is our residency, I think.
Home.
This is residency from now on. We might as well just, leave this all set up.
Now, how many we have on the
I
table?
don't mind this, actually, being here.
No, it's not bad at all. It's convenient for you.
It.
Now,
food's good, too.
5, obviously, we won't be here. It's Saturday night. If there's a Game 6.
Why not? Why don't we just do a show anyway?
Game 6 is Tuesday?
Yeah. Right? Tuesday?
Saturday, Tuesday.
Yep, 2 days. All right.
And then if this thing, in the nightmare scenario, goes 7,
don't.
would be
Friday. Birthday, remember?
Oh, I forgot.
Friday's the 19th.
Friday the
and I can't have another trauma on my birthday related with the Knicks. Can't happen. So we can't get there. We don't want to get there.
No, and truthfully, you're really listen, this is not the same old Knicks. I think that they can absolutely survive a trip back to San Antonio at 2-2. I'm not saying that, but boy, do you not want to.
Well, you know what's funny? You know what we always say is a series doesn't start until a team wins a road game?
May not happen.
How about a series doesn't start – this series won't start until someone wins a damn home game.
I know.
Right? Somebody's got to win a home game at some point to make this thing work. Right?
You pray it's tonight.
Well, that's where it becomes like the law of averages, right? Like, if we do get to 2-2, and I think both could be true. Hey, they could still win this series. They're still a good team. I said Knicks in 6. You said
7.
Oh, I said 7. You said 7. I think
I got 6.
You got 6. So it's still in line with our predictions and all that. But also, what could be true is now you're in a series. Now it's 2-2. Now you go to San Antonio, and the conversation could be, well, guys, eventually a home team's going to win sometime.
You would think. Again, it benefits the Knicks if no one does. Because then suddenly you flip the home court advantage, right? But you don't want to play that game. So I don't know if you guys saw these stats. This is incredible, though. Home teams in the playoffs this year in the NBA are 46-37. And since the bubble, so 6 seasons since the bubble playoffs, which was, the summer camp thing that the Lakers won.
Right.
Home teams, 6 years before we got to the bubble. And it's amazing how COVID changed everything in life, including this. 6 years before, home teams were 305 and 194, which is a 61 winning percentage. 61-1.
Significantly better than the number you said.
Right. Yeah. In the 5 years since the bubble, 292 and 213, which is 57.8%. So it's a pretty hefty dip in the percentage of how many times the home team wins. And we're trying to figure out why. Like, why is that? Like, what could be contributing to it, and what was the bubble championship? Why was that the line of demarcation?
Well, you'd understand why it would happen.
They were shooting threes before then. There was hot and cold before then. Like, all that stuff. They were star players before then. Why all of a sudden is it harder to win at home in the NBA in the last 5 years?
Well, is it harder to win at home, or is it easier to win on the road?
Okay, that's a good question.
So, because I think COVID could explain why for a couple of years it got easier for teams to win on the road because everyone felt like they were on the road.
That's a good point. Okay.
No one felt at home in the bubble. But why would be still there 5 years later?
I know, it doesn't make sense.
30% of the league from the COVID season is gone. It's a whole different lifetime. Like, it is weird that it's still happening.
I think it's a byproduct of parity. When there's parity, anybody could win. There isn't a dominant team. Usually dominant teams don't lose at home. Right? What did they call the Islanders back in the day? Nassau Coliseum. Right? Fort never lose.
Yeah.
They never lost there.
Yeah, I love that nickname.
People would on the way to Philly to play the Flyers, or they're getting the Philly flu. They don't want to go in there and play the rough and tumble Flyers because they knew they'd do whatever they want in their own building. A dominant team usually dominates at home. If you look at the history of the dynasties of the Lakers, the Golden State Warriors, you didn't walk into their building and beat them. It didn't happen. Those teams don't exist anymore. The favorite going into this final was San Antonio. They've got the 3 guys under 22 years old.
Mm-hmm.
They walk into an atmosphere like San Antonio, and it can intimidate them. Montreal, on the hockey side, youngest team in the NHL playoffs, right? Losing record at home. In that atmosphere, you would think that would carry them through games. It didn't.
I think you're onto something.
Because it intimidates them. So you've got younger teams. You don't have dominant teams. And if anybody can win in any given day, well, then clearly in any given building as well. I think this is just another byproduct of parity, and that's what you've seen. This will be the 8th straight different champion, which carries even before COVID. But now you're looking at a different league. It's not the old NBA where you never lost a Game 7 at home. Team with home court advantage always seemed to win. You could basically say these are the 4 teams that will compete for a championship every year. Those days are over.
It was something that Rick DiPietro said years ago when he and I were doing shows together, and it involved, I think the Mets were on their run in 2015 in the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
And we were talking about home field advantage, and he said it doesn't really exist anymore. And he explained it as the pressure that a home team feels. And that's become more evident than ever. And I was marvelous because he said, think about it, Don, in the NHL, how many times does a road team win a Game 7?
All the time.
All the time.
All the time.
And he said it's because early in the game, the crowd almost now becomes like it's an anxiety incubator, a home crowd in a winner-take-all game. And the players feel it. The goalie feels it. In baseball, the pitcher feels it. You give up a run in the first inning, you don't think he's tensing up, you don't think he's hearing everybody screaming, frustrated. I think it's leaking into the NBA now because there's a little more parity. You don't have super teams that are going to always dominate at home, right? And I do think there's something to be said about a fan frustration that has – look, we have changed as fans. Fans used to be all there in support, right? And not when something went wrong did everything start becoming moaning and groaning and anger and frustration. It would always become, all right, come on, guys, come on, we got this, right? Mm-hmm. Somewhere that turned. And then it's become a lot more where you get frustrated with your team rather than try to rally them. I don't know what COVID had to do with it when it comes to demarcation, but the numbers are telling you that it has changed. So with that in mind, this series is sort of emblematic of that. A young team at home, can't close, seem to get rattled at times, and a veteran team went on the road and won with no problem. They have won 8 straight on the road. They haven't lost yet. Every other streak is stopped for the Knicks. That one is still intact until we get to Game 5, and we'll see what happens on Saturday. But then the Knicks are home, a veteran team, in an atmosphere in Game 3, which we all know was off. There was something off about that game, something different about that game. And they weren't right. When have you seen the Knicks throw the ball? I was watching the game back last night just to review some things. It was a joke, the way they were throwing the ball away. It wasn't just defense. It was just a careless pass or a miss. Like, I thought you were going here and you went there and I threw the ball to no one. Brunson one time threw it to OG Anunoby, like as if you and I are together, and he threw it there. And OG's looking at him like, what are you doing? One was a lob that went way too high and into the crowd. Like, just unforced errors, which is not typical of a veteran team. So were they, I don't want to say rattled, but were they a little like just, you're off a little?
The moment was big. And it did feel in moments. If we're being honest, there were a few moments when it felt too big for the Knicks, and it didn't feel too big for the Spurs on Monday.
Yeah, it's so true.
It didn't.
They were impressive.
They were fine.
Their poise was very impressive.
Almost like they were more comfortable being in this spot than they were at home. And for some teams, it's like that. Some teams do better getting hated on than feeling they need to protect the home court. That's just a thing.
Just to get away from Dodge and obviously being at home, just a change of venue could really help a team out. And I think it certainly helped them out. And, again, not to make excuses. They played poorly. And sometimes you just do to have a bad game. It had been 6.5 weeks the last time they played a poor game.
It's true.
So it's going to happen. But ball players are creatures of habit. And I would venture to say that's probably the first time ever the Knicks walked into their own building and had to get wanded and go through.
Probably, yep.
Okay? And when they come into the game, I don't know, they probably didn't. There are guys that drive their cars underneath. Were they allowed to do that?
Yeah.
They were?
They were still allowed to drive in.
Yeah.
But I'm sure there was some sort of, it wasn't just like cruising in like you normally.
No. Cars have to get checked.
Yeah, they're getting
all the cars got checked.
Right.
All the,
so everything's off. Like, you're just used to, this is the way it goes at the Garden. This is where I park. This is where I go up. And everything's kind of routine. There was nothing about Game 3 that was routine. For us, too. For you. Trying to get into the building. Like, everything was completely thrown off. And on top of it, that's always going to happen at the NBA Finals. But even beyond that, things were crazy. You should have saw what Allen had to do to just try to get into the Garden before the game, like just to get near the Garden.
I had to go to 6th Avenue.
Had to go to 6th Avenue and then cut through a bunch of different ways.
Well, in all
we're what are we, like a 5-minute walk from the Garden? I had to take a 15, 20-minute walk to get to whatever the place was that you can get through. The barrier where they checked you.
In all fairness, though, the president got an incredible nap. So, at least we all feel we contributed to him resting.
Here's the other thing, though. We were told that was only for him. But they're doing it again today.
Well, they're doing some of it. Is everything else going to feel like that, you think?
All of it, yeah.
Well, we walked by the Garden.
No, that's not going to be the TSA to get in the building, is it?
No, I thought it was just the closure.
I think it's the street
outside.
closures.
I think getting in will be different because that big fence that they had, that's not here.
It wasn't even a fence, by the way. Fence does not do justice to what that was because it was a metal wall. I mean, they were barricades.
Yeah.
They were full metal.
It was
barricades.
a barricade, but it was a good like 7 feet, 8 feet.
But
tall.
I didn't see that when we were at the Garden. We came off the subway.
Just now.
Just came off the subway on 8th.
The point is, though, is you won't be able to just casually walk down 7th Avenue and go.
No, it's still going to be weird.
We'll see. It's at 4 o'clock when they'll do it. We'll see what it looks like when we're done here. But the good news is you can get to Stout easily. So make sure you come down and hang out with us as always. It gets busy here. It gets very crowded here. There's already a bunch of people here already. So get here early.
Oh no, it's smart.
If you want to hang out with us.
Well, before you jump into that, I just want to ask Peter how he's betting this game. Because
I already bet.
You suffered a loss, but you're bouncing right back.
Well, yeah, the bet has already been placed.
Okay. Now we're not messing around. We went straight back to what we were doing.
500.
Okay, good.
5 honey, as Don likes to say.
All right.
On the Knicks, covering the points, back to normal.
On.
Okay. All right.
And right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets, guaranteed, after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel's the best place to bet all of your favorite players during the finals. Play your game any way you want to, and best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head over to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, 21 and over, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only, $5 minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467-369.
Alan Hahn continues.
Well, on the note of the young team and how they were poised, there's something interesting we can talk about, which again tonight is is the next big story, right, in this series, and that to me is about Victor Wembanyama. Because I think, do we all agree, if he's not the face of the league yet, he's the guy, right?
Yes.
You would say he's on deck?
Yes.
At some point, and it could be as early as this year if he does raise the Larry O, right?
Yes.
Would we agree?
Yeah.
I agree.
Okay. With that in mind, don't you find it interesting, though, that he's doing things like we saw in Game 3, what he did to Brunson, what we saw in the Minnesota series, the elbow to Naz Reid, what we've seen with him at times where it blows off the media in the conference final after a bad game. Does he need to be doing that stuff? For a guy that's going to be – and then to add to it, the NBA decided not to give him any punishment whatsoever for what he did to Brunson.
They're good with it.
Nothing at all. So Monty McCutcheon, who's the the head of officials, he teased on ESPN that they're still looking as if something might be coming. And all it was a tease to act like we're looking at something. So does the NBA really have to protect him almost from himself? Like, hey, you're going to be the face of our sport. We can't suspend you. We can't make you one flagrant point closer to a suspension in the NBA Finals.
How many more would he?
So he would have got, if they gave him a flagrant 1, he would have had 1 point. That's because he got thrown out of, he got the flagrant 2 in the Minnesota series, because that would have given him 3 points and he 4 to get a suspension. So if they gave him 1 retroactive and put him at 3 points, and then, I mean, what's stopping somebody from coming up to him, starting a fight, see if if all he has to do is throw 1 punch.
Boom, suspended.
You go.
And how long suspension?
It's 1 game, but it doesn't matter. It's the fact that in NBA Finals, where we're getting now deeper in the finals, it's a very dangerous game to play. If you're the NBA, are you really going to do this? So it was a strange place to be for the NBA yesterday. to decide, are we going to punish him this way? It doesn't help the Knicks. They don't get free throws. They don't get anything for it. The game's already over. I'm curious to see what's done tonight officiating-wise, whereas they're going to watch him closely. I'm sure somebody gave him a warning.
Well, I wonder, and to your point, obviously the team talked about it. Maybe Pop reached out. You wonder, though, whether the league, a players' union representative, an actual league representative say, hey, dude, you can't. That's beyond the pale.
I guarantee you something was said to him.
Don't put us in this spot.
Or put to him from someone with the Spurs.
Because Draymond's getting a flagrant if they go back and look at that.
Of course he is.
That's a flagrant.
You remember how that series flipped in 2016.
That's the number one
that
thing
series was over. Draymond gets 3-1. Draymond Green kicks LeBron in a place that no man wants to be kicked, and the league suspended him for that game. So, of course, you now lose the next one. Now it's 3-2. Now you gave the Cavs all the hope they needed, and we had that epic Game 7, by the way, on the road in Golden State where they won the championship. So that's why I'm wondering if the league decided, rather than make an example of him this way, which doesn't really help anyone, we got to protect the image of a guy that's going to be the face of our league for years to come. He's starting to become, and Peter, I give you credit for saying this, he's starting to become a bit of a villain, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
With some of these actions. Look, he's a phenomenal player, and he's a very interesting guy. But this kind of stuff, I think Miss Johnson called it appropriate arrogance or something like that. It's kind of getting, dude, you don't, if you're going to be face of the league, you don't need to be elbowing Naz Reid in the face, blowing off the media, mushing Jalen Brunson, getting into it Alvarado. That let somebody on your team handle that business for you. Your image needs to be pristine, not that stuff. So they talk to him, and tonight, if anything happens behind, like on the side, if something happens where he shoves someone, I guarantee you it'll be the fastest tech you've ever seen.
That'll be interesting to watch.
Now, a tech. I don't think it'll be anything more than that, but I guarantee you one little thing, one misstep from him, they're going to probably watch it real close and overreact to anything he might do on that level.
And that was, I'm sure, it was told to him. I'm sure that meeting took place. Nobody had to travel. Adam Silver is here. Everybody is here. Nobody's traveling. It's right here. So I'm sure yesterday there was a long conversation with the Spurs and Wemby. Hey, you're the face of the league. We can't have this.
But you got to remember,
and we're going to watch Game 4, and if you get out of line, we're going to hammer you. We're going to let what happened in Game 3 slide. Because I don't think it suits anybody. Like you said, I don't think the Knicks
doesn't help anyone.
I think the Knicks fan takes it, but I don't think they want to win a compromise series because their best player gets suspended again. They don't want what happened in 16 to happen here. But we're not going to also baby you through this whole thing. You're going to have to earn the spot that we think you're going to have, and if you're going to earn it, you're going to have to show it. You get out of line, those officials are going to get on you, and it's going to cost you. I'm sure that conversation was had. And you know how good the NBA is, especially with its stars. That conversation gets had all the time, I'm sure. In baseball, hockey, football, player starts to get out of line. I'm sure there's a conversation.
But we don't know yet with Wemby, who his character is going to be. It's evolving over time.
Well, doesn't it look, though, like he's a borderline dirty player?
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
I don't want my face. Like, this guy is that good, that compelling, and there's so many other things about his life that make him easily marketable.
I'm being honest, though.
Being a nozzle,
I know,
can't be in the equation.
But seeing as I don't benefit from the marketing, I'm just a fan, and I'll be rooting against him because he's never going to be on my team, I have to say I do find it intriguing.
Oh, there's no question.
From a story standpoint, him being that good and that guy is incredibly intriguing.
Well, what you have to figure out, if you're the league, is this a one-off? Is this something that's in development? Because maybe we could stifle it. But if it's who he is, I'm kind of with Peter. Be that guy. There's plenty of examples of players that were that guy, right? That they walked the edge. Bill Laimbeer wasn't that kind of a star, but he played on an edge.
I was going to say, think of the face of the league guys. The one guy
Chuck
that you could say, Chuck was never the face of the league, though. Face of the league is a very exclusive thing. Bird and Magic shared it. Bird was that guy,
but not close to not this level though. Bird fought back. He wasn't.
Bird would fight.
No, he'd
no
fight.
Hesitation
he'd
to
fight. But the play that was done to Brunson, I would challenge you to ever find Larry Bird unprovoked doing
that. That's a great point.
So it is different.
Bird was more self-defense.
He was down to
He was
scrap,
not starting.
and he would talk trash, and we know there'd be some bloody faces and throwing punches.
How about Shaq? What Shaq did to Chris Dudley might be the most embarrassing thing that ever happened to a human being in a professional sport.
But it didn't define – that wasn't who he was permanently.
No, it wasn't. He changed that quickly. I don't know. Again, what we love about Wemby is he's challenging the older generation to stop flopping, to stop load managing.
Laying off an all-star game.
And make the all-star game, entertaining and competitive. Like, I kind of like that about him, which is why this part, you're like, I don't want him to lose the edge. But I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the league. If you're Adam Silver, you got to be like, no. We can't. Well, it's bad enough you're already an international player. That's going to be held against you by some people. But you can't also be that, too. But what you've been in these couple of games. That elbow to Naz Reid was bad.
That's why this conversation has to be had. Because if it's in his DNA, it's who he is, then you know what? He'll slip up tonight, and he'll pay the price. And then he won't be the face of the league because he keeps getting himself into trouble and can't control himself. If it's something that's in development, it gets squashed now, he doesn't do anything, and then he becomes a player that becomes more marketable. This is the line of demarcation for him. Right, if he can't help himself, then that's who he is. And I'm sorry.
Especially in this spot.
Sorry, then it's really going to hurt you as far as being marketable.
And I will say, if the Knicks are smart,
test them.
I'm using every body I can in a moment when it makes sense to test him and go to him.
I got a response for that.
All right, we'll do that coming up. We got a big show.
Good point.
We got a big show. Despite all the restrictions, we've got people coming here to Stout. We want you to be one of them. 4 o'clock, the reemergence of Bill Pito.
Oh, we love Pito.
He loves coming on, by the way.
All right, we just saw the cake wheeled out. That means Monica McNutt at 4:30.
Yeah. Monica's demands.
So there will be cake.
Monica's demands have been met. The cake has arrived.
That cake's awesome, by the way. Look at that.
5 o'clock, Charlie Ward is going to swing by. How
I'm
about
excited for that.
He's great.
And then at 6 o'clock, Baron Davis.
Boom. Yes.
My guy.
So we'll have to figure something out with ENN, and we'll have to figure something out with the list because the list is at 4:30, ENN's at 6, but we've got guests. We're loaded. This is game 4. The difference between a 2-2 series and a 3-1 series is gargantuan. So we're all over it. We've got a big tease from Alan. We've got calls to get to at 1-800-919-3776. Tons of guests getting you ready for game 4. Knicks and the Spurs. Coverage begins at 7 o'clock right here on ESPN New York.
The Knicks.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their 3rd loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, and I know how a serious accident can change your life just like that.
I'm Jenna D'Agostino, and I understand that with pain comes medical bills and time out of work. Let us get you justice.
This is John Ryan, the closer. For over 35 years, our family has been getting accident victims every dollar they deserve.
I started this firm for the injured so they can bite back against the insurance companies.
Our legacy is to get you justice. Bite back.
To get you paid. Bite back.
At D'Agostino & Associates, bite back means fight back. When you're hurt and they blame you, we bite back and get you every dollar you deserve. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, so call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. 1-800-248-3222. I've been there, and I'll be there for you.
Want to earn extra revenue for your business? Amazon Hub Delivery is looking for local business owners to assist with deliveries. When you become a partner, you and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area on a schedule that works for you. With each package delivered, you'll gain extra revenue and exposure for your business. Plus, Amazon Hub Delivery makes it easy to get started. There's no upfront cost, delivery experience, or long-term contracts required. Sign up to learn more at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
Sure, keeping things casual has its time and place. But sometimes simply playing to have fun isn't enough. So when you're looking for a way to up the ante, try these 5 simple words. Play you for an ultra? That always seems to do the trick. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Wherever your day takes you, across New Jersey, into New York, or down to Philadelphia, New Jersey Transit gets you there. Skip the traffic and stay on track. With busy travel periods ahead, plan ahead, check schedules, and allow extra time for your trip. From workdays to weekends, New Jersey Transit keeps your routine moving with reliable, convenient service. Ride smart. Plan your trip at njtransit.com.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, commitment issues? No problem. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $25 a month forever, as in for life. Switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, you may experience slower speeds. Pay $25 a month as long as you stay on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
And now it's time for traffic. Here's Brandy Scott.
Hey there, guys. Good afternoon. A big night at MSG. Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Knicks hosting the Spurs. Going to be shutting everything down at around 4 o'clock between 6th and 8th Avenues, West 29th to 35th Streets. So basically that whole square around the Garden off limits without a game ticket. TSA-like style security, so you want to get there extra early. Trains and subways, those will be running into Penn Station. A couple of watch parties going on. Plaza 33, Woolman Rink at Central Park, and the Brooklyn Bowl. Inbound George, still have some road work on the upper deck, about 30 to 40 minutes using 8095. Best of it's the outbound George, southbound Deegan and Henry Hudson. Outbound Lincoln already about 15 to 20 minutes. Outbound Hahn already 20 to 30. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Visit mad.org. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live at Stout with you till 7. Then our coverage begins of the Knicks and the Spurs Game 4 with New York up 2-1. Bill Pito will be joining us at 4 o'clock. Monica McNutt at 4:30. Charlie Ward. Other surprises as well. But, Alan, you wanted to address something Peter said before we went to break.
Right, and he was talking about how what we were just discussing, the league didn't decide to give any punishment to Wembanyama for what he did with Brunson in the Game 3. And you were suggesting because this probably was given a warning, and they'll be watching him closely, as I think we all agree they will. If he does anything more like that, they're going to get him in the game. They're not going to now let it slide.
So if you're the Knicks, you try to make it happen.
You're saying if you're the Knicks, you should try to, goad him into something.
I think so, yes.
My response is, while we all know that that's, the way we all feel, that's out of character for this team, and I wouldn't want them to be doing that. I don't want that to be a distraction, right? I don't want that to be a thought in their mind while they're trying to win a game. It's too important of a game for them to be thinking, all right, how am I going to get him off his game? He's already going to tell himself, I got to behave, right? Mm-hmm. What you don't want to do is be an instigator and him not respond, and now you get attacked. Or and now he's now in your head, right? So
that's true.
I don't deny, I completely agree. We all feel that way. Oh, mess with him. I said it yesterday. Anytime he goes to the rack, I might just bump him a few times. Make him hit the ground. Make him know that you're not going to get anything easy today. It was too easy in Game 3. But I don't think I try to get him into something where he'll retaliate, because I don't think he will, and I don't want this team their response is winning. That's how their revenge always has been about winning the game. And that is the best revenge, obviously. I'd hate to see them be out of character and try to do something like that. You know what I mean?
But on the other thing, I don't think this will happen. Because I think he'll mind his P's and Q's, and I think if he doesn't, the league will be on him. And the officiating will be on him. But if something like what happened to Brunson in Game 3 happens again, and there's no call, then you go after him. And then you have to.
Well,
then what you're telling me is
if there's no call,
then this is we got to take matters in our own hands.
Yes.
Right. I doubt that would happen.
That's why
I would almost guarantee it wouldn't.
It's hard to believe because the officials saw the play. Everybody watched the replay. It's been shown a billion times. The NBA reviewed it. You don't think that Zach Zarba and them guys that are reffing tonight?
Zach Zarba.
You don't think they were told? Listen, you're going to have to keep an eye on this guy because we've seen this in the past with him.
Oh.
He does these things that we've got to watch him. So eyes will be on him more than usual, and he won't get away with it. He shouldn't get away with it. But I'm with you, Don. If he does, nothing's happening.
Diawara has 6 fouls, right?
They all do. Well, Jeremy Sohan, he's always down for something.
Jeremy Sohan, you got 6 fouls.
Former teammate.
That's 12 fouls right there.
Right.
You got some fouls you can use if you need to, and those time makes sense.
Sohan's the one guy that has any – because Alvarado's ready to roll. Like you saw his quote, right?
Right.
But I'm talking about
he's important.
Even though Sohan and he were teammates, he is one guy that you would think like he's always ready to roll. Yeah. And not many guys on this team are like that, as they say.
But it's interesting from the Spurs side of things. They looked at it and didn't give him a flagrant one.
Yep.
So if he does something half as bad, and all of a sudden you throw a flagrant one at him, it's like, wait a minute. The league reviewed something I did even worse, and you said it wasn't a flagrant one. I do half of what I did to Brunson, and now I get tagged with a flagrant one. I was like, well, sorry, different officiating.
No, that's the price of business. See, we gave you one.
Yeah, and I think that is okay.
We have the right now to overreact to anything you do.
And let's not forget, we're not going to pretend that they saw it in real time and didn't call it.
Right.
They didn't see it. So it's different. You see him do it in real time. I know, it's incredible. It's in the middle of the floor. It makes no sense.
Curtis Blair, he's staring right at it. What are you looking at?
Maybe it's just where was he standing?
He was standing in front of Celebrity Row.
So maybe from Celebrity Row, you're just not seeing. He just was blocked by big body Brunson. I don't know.
Is it just the mentality? Because it is odd. I can't even. Maybe Zdeno Chara. Because he was he must have been 7 feet on
Whenever
skate.
he hit somebody, yeah.
And then, Brian Giunta would skate to him, and he was like a child.
Yeah.
But for the most part, you don't see a guy, even in the NBA, 1.5 feet taller. So are the officials kind of like programmed, like it probably looked worse than it was just because of the sheer size of Wemby, and then you look at the replay, oh my God, I missed that. But is that like, all right, it looks so bad because he's so much bigger. Otherwise, you're telling me they didn't want to call it. And
well, I also think
that causes a problem.
What adds to it is the smirk he gives. You know what I mean? The arrogance thing, the so-called healthy arrogance. But the arrogance of him then smirking at Brunson, like nothing you can do about it, right? They're not even going to punish me. You know what I mean? Like I just got away with that. That's a bad look, in my opinion, for the NBA.
Awful.
Because the NBA now can be accused, whether it's right or wrong, they now can be accused of coddling their future face as if we aren't going to put that kind of punishment on him. And he knows it, and he's the kid now. You know those kids, right?
Yeah.
Spoiled kids that know they're never going to get in trouble, and they get away with a lot of things, and then they snicker at you knowing, I'm not getting in trouble for this.
Right.
And that's what he looked like. And that's a bad look for the NBA if that's the truth.
Alan, I want to ask something. This follow I have on Instagram, Evil Empire Vintage, they just posted 2 incredible Knicks shirts. I don't think for sale. I think this guy's collection.
Okay.
The 1990 playoff shirt. I need Alan to tell me how many people he recognizes. I need him to name
1990.
And it's the Salem
That's
cartoon.
the team.
Salem cartoon player.
Oh, I love it. So that team beat the Celtics in 5 in the first round, then lost to
that's your John Bagley led Celtics right there.
That was a big Mo Cheeks game. So there's Mark Jackson. There's Mo Cheeks right there.
All right.
Stuart Gray.
Oh. Get the button ready over there,
Kiki
Jacob.
Van de Weeg.
No, that's not one.
Trent Tucker.
Trent Tucker. There you go.
Kenny Walker. There's Patrick, of course.
Kenny Skywalker.
Kenny Skywalker to you and me. If he's a day.
Oh,
Who are some of the other whites over there? There are a couple other whites I do not know.
There are a couple of impressive whites, and I know one of them's got to be Brian Cornett.
One of them's like a large, blonde-looking man.
That's Stu Gray.
That's Stu Gray?
He was the
now that's where you hit the drop for Stu Gray.
He was the Human Victory Cigar backup center. You're backup center to Patrick Ewing. You're
I get a lot of minutes.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
Oh, I know who that is, and I can't think of his name.
Now the other one I think is easier. What's the other shirt in that post?
This is Bombers.
Is that like mid-90s? I didn't really zoom in.
Oh my goodness!
Is that a mid-90s?
No. This is the Bomb Squad. So there's Rod Strickland. There's Gerald Wilkins. Oh, Gerald Wilkins on the other shirt too. Gerald Wilkins, Johnny Newman, Mark Jackson, Kenny Walker, Oakley and Ewing,
of course,
and Trent Tucker.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
And that's the other shirt.
Oh, I see. It's Bombers and Bangers.
Bombers.
So the
and
guys
bangers.
who could shoot, and then the two guys up front who beat the hell out of you.
Shout out to Salem Sportswear. They made the coolest shirts in the 80s and 90s.
You know, they could send me one of those if they want.
I think it's probably.
I would not hate that.
That's now worth $300 these days.
I don't know if all these guys are on the shirt, but this is the roster for the 89-90.
I know there was a name I'm going to be pissed off about.
Greg Butler.
That was not Greg Butler. Was that Greg Butler? So it was Greg Butler and Stu Gray on the team?
Who else is there?
I don't see. Stuart Gray was there.
Yep. Okay.
So three centers.
So the other white guy was Greg Butler then, and I didn't know he was there.
Yeah,
okay.
it was Greg Butler was a center, and so was obviously Ewing and Gray, Mark Jackson, Pete Myers.
Oh yeah, Pete Myers.
All right.
Okay.
Did you mention was Charles Oakley on there?
Yes.
Rod Strickland, Trent Tucker.
Well, Strickland's not on that.
Kenny.
Strickland got traded.
Right.
He wasn't in because he got traded from Mo Cheeks.
Eddie Lee Wilkins and then Gerald Wilkins.
Yeah, Eddie Lee was at the top of the shirt.
So that's the
Gerald Wilkins was one of the toughest brother gigs in the history of sports.
Butler played 13 games. Gray played 19. Gwinnett played 31 games.
Gwinnett, yeah, or 23. Very arrogant. You don't want 23 in the NBA.
No, I mean it was early-ish, but
it was early-ish. Hey, he had a half against Michael. Had the crowd going crazy.
Really?
Yeah, he played very well.
And then, let me tell you, he's still telling about people about it to this day.
Absolutely, wouldn't you? He was late in the season. He was giving it to Michael. We were going nuts. It was one of the few games I attended as a kid. We went crazy because it's like Brian Cornett. It's kicking Jordan's ass. Second half, it's like, okay. Reality sets in.
Well, I think if he were in the vicinity and we asked him to come on, I think he would.
I think so as well.
Yeah, I think.
And by the way, wouldn't you want to come see this delicious Calandra's
I love this
extravaganza
We're gonna
in front
have
of
to
us?
smell this until she's off at 45.
I gotta tell you, I'm a little sick of having to wait for Monica.
I know.
You think it's good to have these hot TV lights shining?
Oh, stop! They know what they're doing over there.
And by the way, they made
Celebrity Row.
Celebrity Row. So they have the little mini plastic chairs with picture cookies.
Yeah.
So like, here's a Fat Joe cookie.
Yep.
Right
you
there.
got Hargitay, and then you got Spike.
Here's a Hargitay cookie.
You got a Ewing.
There's a Ewing cookie.
Uh-huh.
A Spike Lee cookie, of course.
That's Ben Stiller.
The Stiller cookie, like you dream
Tracy
about.
Morgan.
And this one has to be Chamale.
And by the way, who's sitting next to Timmy Chalamet?
Spike here.
No, keep going. Ready? And
Kylie, of course.
Yes.
Although, again, I don't know if they got. Do you think Kylie makes it in for Game 4? You think it's calmed down? The president's gone.
I feel like she
come on back, Kylie.
Just to get the vibe right.
Hey, honestly, it's true.
You know what I mean? Like, we need to get the riffraff out, by the way. If I see any more riffraff today, I might actually say something. I might say to your boy Khaled, what are you doing here? Why are you still here?
What, to who?
Khaled.
To Khaled?
Yeah.
Oh, Khaled can't be there.
No. If he's here, that's what I'm going to say.
What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
Khaled can't be here.
Go look at your phone at home.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah,
by the way, we've all done that on our couch. It's a game you don't care about. You look at your phone. I get it.
Go get your
But
shine box.
you're at center court,
Right.
for God's sake.
There's some people that you don't need to be here.
I'm going to give Kylie Jenner credit. For an extremely attractive billionaire, the amount that she is willing to, like, after a game, run around with a Polaroid camera, excitingly taking pictures of her boyfriend.
Well, because
it's pretty cool.
He's like a little kid.
I know, but she's like, you can tell she's legitimately into it. Like, she's having fun.
Yeah.
Well,
and as I told you, I recently watched the movie Call Me By Your Name. And I just want to tell you, Timothée Chalamet earned every bit of Kylie Jenner in that movie. Because there's a lot of man-on-man love in that film. And he did his absolute best. I bought it. Hook, line, and sinker.
Right, well,
you believed it?
And when he told me that story about the movie, I wanted to figure out the level. So I went to Behind the Candelabra. That's where I base it on.
You were curious.
Like how much, man.
Did you look into it? Did you do any research?
I did not. But I
Google,
can't.
No Google?
Yeah, I don't know how you Google that.
They would have done a 30 for 30 or something if it was beyond.
Of good.
Behind the Candelabra.
What movie had a straight actor being the gayest in history? I don't know if they have a direct website you can go to for that.
I'm sure there's a website for everything.
But I'll tell you what, by the way, he's extremely good in the film. Like, it's a boring. I got to tell you, he's like an incredible actor. He does some boring movies. I watched the ping pong one.
Yeah, that
plane.
was.
I turned it off in 45 minutes.
I haven't seen it yet.
And I really like him, but I was like, I'm all.
Nah, it's just the subject matter. I mean,
yeah, like
he did well in it. It just
no. And hold on, I'm going to set the scene. You think that subject matter? That was 50s ping pong. The subject matter for Call Me by Your Name was the slow, burgeoning romantic relationship between a teenage Timothée Chalamet and like the understudy of his father living in a small Italian village. And it rambles on for 2.5 hours. Now I'm on a flight with my baby screaming next to me.
God help me.
I know.
But I'm just saying, Chalamet, he really goes for the slow. He's really like an actor.
He's in it for the art.
But I'll tell you one thing. What he's in it for, the Knicks. We found yesterday a picture of him meeting Landry Fields at Grand Central Station in 2010.
Yeah. Right. Not Landry Shamet.
Not Landry Shamet.
This is Landry Fields.
Tom Landry.
A lot of Landrys on this.
It's a very Landry-esque type of franchise.
Right. We'll get to calls when we come back at 1-800-919-3776. Bill Pito at 4. Monica McNutt coming up at 4:30. We'll also talk to Charlie Ward at 5. Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live from Stout till 7. Then it's Knicks Spurs on ESPN New York.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their third loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, you know. It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
Long Island is more exciting than ever at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. This June, don't miss our midweek Money Rush drawing and your chance to win your share of $50,000. Be here on Wednesday, June 10th and 24th from 3 till 6 p.m. when one lucky winner will be drawn every hour to win $5,000 cash. Then at 7 p.m., one winner will take home $5,000 cash plus any unclaimed cash from the previous drawings. Come to where Long Island wins at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
This is the biggest game at Madison Square Garden since the Rangers' Game 7 of 1994.
Now the pressure switches back to the Knicks.
This is what we talk about ad nauseum. What would you do if? Would you give up this? This is it. Tonight is that game.
If you go back to San Antonio 2-2, it's going to be a different animal.
If they win this game tonight, you'd be hard-pressed to think they don't win the series.
Morning Start with DiPietro and Rothenberg. Weekdays from 6 to 10 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
At City Harvest, we believe no New Yorker has to go hungry. With your help, we're on the road 365 days a year, rescuing over 77 million pounds of nutritious food and delivering it free to millions of New Yorkers, transforming surplus food into sustenance, sustainability, and smiles, rallying thousands of New Yorkers to power a network of nourishment across our city. One day, one meal, and one New Yorker at a time. That's how we feed good. Donate at cityharvest.org.
Hey, this is Jalen Brunson. What's up, Knicks fans? This is Josh Hart. Knicks fans, it's Mikal Bridges, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball. This is 880 ESPN and the ESPN New York app.
Good Karma Brands is proud to be an equal opportunity employer, providing equal employment, development, and advancement opportunities to all teammates and applicants. To learn more about careers with us, please send an email to talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com. That's talentacquisition@goodkarmabrands.com.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it, like that. Ask your phone, group chat, smartphone. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 888-665-0696. To learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose, US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 1,000 private insurers. And the best part? Call 888-665-0696 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 888-665-0696 today. That's 888-665-0696 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together. With low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See homedepot.com/price match for details.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings that same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play, so it's time to lock in the off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking offers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. Their local team will build a personalized game plan that actually works. I'm telling you, if you have any problems, hey, I got ant problems, you let them know. Guy comes, he'll take care of it. So if there's something specific you want to tell him, they will take care of it for you. And if you bundle pest control with mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com, protecting your home inside and out. Take your calls at 1-800-919-3776. Monica McNutt's going to join us coming up at 4:30, and that means Calandras brings cake. Mariska Hargitay, what happened to her? She was on Celebrity Row on the cake, and I noticed
got the
somebody
Joe Budden
took a
seats
bite
now.
out. What happened?
What, Hargitay?
Was there an incident?
I got to tell you.
Is there an incident? Oh.
She's delicious, Hargitay.
Oh, boy. That's, wow.
Wow.
But don't worry.
We have a replacement?
No more Hargitay? I got Hathaway.
All right. You know what?
OG's happy.
Yeah.
There you go.
Peter will be taking a bite out of that later.
Yeah, I look forward to it.
Pace yourself, buddy.
I've always wanted to eat some Hathaway.
Again.
I was trying to stay away from that, but I got so many jokes.
It's there. Yeah, there's a lot.
Yeah.
I'm really, like,
I don't wanna
by the
get
way, I'm
throat cancer.
showing great resistance right now. I really. Like, you guys should be proud of me.
I got away with it. I was able to slide it in. Nobody heard it. But
you know what?
The people that did hear it,
Well, I don't even understand.
they got it.
I'd already said the thing. What
You
had
did
to be
say the
added? What
thing.
had to be added to it?
Well, no,
Like, what
if I
is
say
that
it again, now it's not sliding under the door, is it?
Right. I guess not.
I'll tell you. I'll write it. Let's go back to the phones. Let's start it off with Andrew in Yorktown. You're on ESPN New York.
Andrew.
Hey, guys. How you doing? So I was calling just to say I actually got two stories, both Nick-related, with Hahn and Peter.
All right.
Don, sorry I don't have any for you, but
I'm good.
so I'll make it quick. So back in 2019, I went and got courtside seats to go see the Knicks versus Nets with my friend.
Wow.
And we're going there chilling. And kind of a flex. Me and my friend, we actually had better seats than you, Peter. You were with Michael. And
I
was
remember
like,
that
wait a
day.
minute. Holy
I remember
shit.
that day.
I wanted to say
Yep.
hi to you guys. Really nervous. I chickened out. But
You didn't say hi to
I was
us?
like, wait a
What?
minute.
Chicken out? Why? These are two perfect human beings.
Starstruck.
Well, I remember that day. Those were actually the Knicks' good seats. Those are the seats next to Dolan that Michael and I were in. The ones that are like, the ones right outside the lower suites. Mm-hmm. Like 10 rows back, something like that. Good for you, my friend.
And with Hahn, it's actually Hahn. I don't know. Might be not a little mad at you, but it's a little bit of a funny story. So this is going to the semi-conference finals when the Knicks were playing the Heat. And I still remember that game. I went there in my Obi Toppin jersey. I had to throw that thing away eventually because we already know about that. But he was still with us during that time. So, great game. After the game, I'm heading out. I went with my father, my brother, and my brother-in-law. We're all pumped up. We're driving. And who do we see walking down the street along with Hahn was also with Wally. My brother-in-law calls out to you, Hahn, trying to get your attention. And we're at a stop, and he starts moving up. We finally get your attention. We go, hey, how you doing? Say hi. And then, bang, got into a tiny bit of a little fender bender for saying hi.
Damn.
He took his eyes off the road for a second. But it wasn't too bad because there was no damage. It was just a little love tap. But I will never forget because I'm just like, holy crap, oh, God, like, did we just get into a little thing? I mean, but still, it was freaking awesome to see you, even to get a shout-out to say hey to you. But I wanted to call and tell you guys those stories for years
thank you, man.
now. Because this is, like, as I said, a long time ago.
I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you for the stories. And
I feel bad now.
Well, you should.
You got the stories.
I didn't hear them right away.
And we got the stories done in just a shade under an hour.
Yeah, you appreciate that always.
Yeah, no, he's a little excited.
Yeah, he's excited.
Jeez.
No, I meant under the 3 o'clock hour.
Yeah, well, yeah. Flavio in Brooklyn, you're on ESPN New York. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Alan. Hey, Don. Hey, Peter. So I know that I said on Game 3 I needed OG to go off. He did go off. I wish that Brunson would have been able to pass him the ball because I felt like if the rock would have been distributed more, we could have won the game. As far as the officiating goes, I know you guys had talked about this earlier in the finals that, it's important to have, rotating referees. I think you said Zach Zarber is officiating for tonight. I don't anticipate that the Spurs are going to be going towards the free throw line as often as they did in Game 3. I feel like Mike Brown's press conference, it kind of recites a little bit towards the coach from the Pacers when they ended up doing that same thing to us a couple of years ago. So I feel like we might be getting a little bit of benefit of the calls. I'm a little bit like on the positive side towards it, and I feel like if Karl Anthony Towns has a good game, which he should, I don't know if you guys noticed, the Knicks are 9-0 in these playoffs when he has 5 or more assists. If he has 5 or more assists, it's curtains for us. We're gonna win this game.
Yeah, and what they've got to do is now figure out, which I believe they probably did yesterday on the off day watching film. But I watched the game back last night, and I saw a couple of things that the Spurs did. One of them to take Towns out of it in the pinch post that, it's a simple adjustment they'll have to make. But it did blow up what they wanted to do, and it was the most elementary defense. And it was just enough to create enough chaos with Towns that they're going to have to watch that, and they're going to have to start making adjustments on it. And once they do, it'll be fine. But it doesn't change that he hasn't scored in the fourth quarter yet in this series. He's 0 for 6, so he took 4 shots in the fourth quarter in the previous game. He has not been effective late in these games.
Including a terrible 3 late, rushed.
Yeah, I mean, it was looking like one of those, because he was stepping into it. It was a clean look. He just was short on it. But that's the, again, him in the fourth quarter, we know it's Brunson time when he get to the clutch situation. But I do agree, though, 5 or more assists, that generally means your offense is humming. And so what you want to see from Towns is him being able to be that distributor again, because when he's moving the ball, that offense is at its best.
Bill Pito will join us coming up next here live from Stout. Monica McNutt at 4:30. Charlie Ward at 5. Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg take you up until 7 o'clock. Right into our coverage with Pat O'Keefe of Game 4, Spurs Knicks, right here on ESPN New York.
Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. Must be 21 and older and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467369.
Monkey Sports, built by players for players, is your one-stop shop for hockey, baseball, lacrosse, and more. Find top-name equipment and expert in-store services like sharpening, break-ins, and relacing. Shop in-store at Monkey Sports in Farmingdale or Woodbridge, or online for all the top brands. Whatever your sports, Monkey Sports gets you game ready fast. Monkey Sports, where athletes shop.
Big events are bringing more riders across the region. So if you're taking New Jersey Transit for everyday trips, plan ahead. Check schedules, allow extra time, and consider traveling outside of peak hours when you can. New Jersey Transit is running additional service to help keep everyone moving. But a little planning goes a long way. Stay aware, be courteous, and ride smart. New Jersey Transit, keeping your day on track. Plan your trip at njtransit.com.
When's the last time payroll was the easy part of your week? With Gusto, it can be. Gusto is the all-in-one platform designed to take the hassle out of managing your team, from payroll and compliance to hiring, onboarding, and more. With Gusto, you can get back 2 full days each month with all the time you have saved. Go to gusto.com today and learn why over 500,000 small businesses choose Gusto. That's Gusto.com. Gusto.com.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
ESPN New York, now streaming live on YouTube. Subscribe today and watch the show. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York.
Game Time is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, because when it's game time, guys.
It's time.
Tully time, baby.
Yeah.
Knicks, Spurs, Game 4. Like you dream about. Coverage immediately following us on 880 at 7 o'clock with the extended pregame show hosted by Pat O'Keefe. Mets continue their series with the Cardinals.
Do they?
Coverage of that on 1050 at 6:30. And they're in the bottom of the 9th inning in Cleveland, and the Yankees have an 8-4 lead on the Guardians.
Also, I just saw they already spotted the Cardinals 3 runs. I never seen this to start the game.
They did.
The scoreboard's going to start 3-0 Cardinals at this point.
That's what it felt like when I checked in last night.
That's what I'm saying, because every time I turn it on, it's already over.
Oh, but it's still time, Peter.
Still time. Plenty of time.
Tullamore Dew, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cast matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew or try the new Tullamore Dew Honey during today's action. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly. He's been such good luck. I don't think they've lost whenever we've had him on.
That's why I had to text him.
And we didn't have him on the last game, and they lost.
That's why I texted him.
Is the great Bill Pito.
What's happening?
Pito.
Yeah, all right, here we go.
There he is.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, Bill was telling me, we were just chatting here before we started, and he just said, I'm feeling really nervous about that. Why, is it because of the situation or because of things you saw on Monday?
I don't know how you guys are, Don, when you call the Devils. I know Peter, Alan and I are obviously invested in this. You're a big Celtics guy. My fandom is not being repressed tonight.
But is it overall nerves because you love them or because you think something's off?
I really want personally, and I know we're supposed to be down the middle, I really want them to win. I really, this is so important for the city, the Knick fan, the franchise. This is a big deal.
And I'm glad you admitted you're nervous. A lot of Knick fans still are very, very confident. One game shouldn't change that confidence, but I'm sorry. 3-1 is gargantuan compared to 2-2. 2-2, it's on. And it doesn't mean same old Knicks, they're going to blow it. It's just 2-2.
Right.
means that now
serious.
It would be folly, I think, for a fan to still be 100% confident if you drop 2 in a row at home and it's a 2-2 series.
Right. So are you like a big Pats guy, Peter?
No.
No?
Pats?
I don't know.
Sorry, I'm a Commanders fan.
Okay.
I loathe
I mean, to the fan base that has won multiple championships,
I don't know.
wonder if, if they've won 3 in 5 years when they're back there, what the angst level is. I don't know. I haven't really been in that.
It's a great question.
No, I'm with you. But for me, it was my Commanders in the championship game 2 years ago.
Right.
It's a sick feeling when you've never been
I'll say
there.
it like this because I'm a Yankees fan.
See,
that it's almost like you get greedy because you want to see them you don't want to see the run end, right? So like the Yankees in the late 90s, it just always felt like 2001 was a frustrating loss on so many levels, but because of the timing of it, there were too many things in the world to worry about. But then because they've only won one since then, it's gone back to this sense of like they've got to win one. Like I thought 2 years ago when the Yankees were in the World Series, that felt a little more urgent, like they got to get one. It's been too long. This is different though, Bill. Because, look, we've joked about this. We've seen some really bad basketball. We've been through a lot with this franchise over the last 15 years together. And to be this close,
right?
That's why I feel what you feel.
All right, so let me ask you guys a question because I was asked this. I went on Toucher and Hardy in Boston this morning, and they asked me about the Knicks fan base, and one of the guys is a Jet fan, so he didn't understand it fully. He said, "How is it that this Knicks fan base is so positive? They don't seem to have, from the outside, and I think he's right. They don't seem to have the fatalism of the Jets or the Mets." They really believe they're going to win this series, and that is very unique for a team that has not had success in 50 years.
Well, they had won 13 straight. I think that helps. And when you look at the dominance from what we've seen, I think that impacts how we all looked at it. Now, if you look at it, you say, okay, the series is what it is. If the Knicks had gotten a split in San Antonio and won Game 3, they're still up 2-1. I think
you're feeling great.
The narrative's different.
Yeah. It's because the streak ended. It's because it's always the last game that sticks with you.
Right.
And now it's, of course, the specter of, well, wait a minute, if they don't get this game, now we have a whole new series and the whole thing flips. But I was talking to the guys at the start of the show, Bill, about something that, Wembanyama clearly is going to be the face of this league, right? You could see it. The player he is, the personality that he is, the charisma he has, all of it. You know it's coming. And there's a little part of me, and this goes back, of course, years, the Michael Jordan stuff, where it's like the darling of the league, can't touch him, right? The league will always side with him. And Wembanyama not even getting any type of penalty from what happened in Game 3, you got to feel like at worst the league said to him, listen, we're going to be watching you now. Don't act up. The first thing you do, we're going to overreact to it because we gave you one. You got away with one. He's also got the elbow situation. He had the blowing off the media in the conference finals, not even talking to the media. They didn't fine him. They gave him a warning for that. A warning? So it feels like he's kind of being coddled by the NBA right now. And that is the fatalism. When you're a Knicks fan that's been through enough with Reggie and with Michael, all the different things that go on, you tend to start feeling like
they're against us.
The league doesn't want you to win. They always seem to favor the other team.
I did, and I will say, I did hear that. Literally, my wife was on the phone with a friend of hers, another New Yorker, and I just hear them, and they're going off about how, the league wants it to be a long series.
Yeah,
That's why the fouls were. And I was like, okay, they lost Game 3.
I don't know about that.
I'm so naive. I think I'm still very naive about all of this.
Me too.
I
agree.
that's not the case. The referee, what's the guy's name, Alan? I'm blanking. The director of officiating that was on
Monty
ESPN.
McCutcheon.
He came on and said our refs missed that. We had two guys watching the ball.
Right.
So
he had to, Bill.
No.
Like what he did was how you sort of like do good PR. Go out, admit the mistake, and then say, we're still looking at it, and as if like we're taking this seriously. But then they don't do anything. Now I understand why. It doesn't help the Knicks. It doesn't change the game. They're not getting free throws or anything for it. And the 1 point, if they gave him a flagrant for it, the 1 point, what does it matter? They're not going to suspend him. That's not going to happen in an NBA Finals. Not a player of that caliber. So my assumption, knowing how things work in the league, is that somebody talk to him and let him know, we're now watching you. You got our attention. You got to stop that stuff because the next time you do, we're going to overreact to it. And that's why I think tonight, this officiating crew, which is a good one.
I like Zach Zarba.
Yeah, and his crew.
I know Zach Zarba.
No, but they're
I just like after you've been around some of these guys, and not that I'm around them, but you watch them, I just don't like the way some of these guys conduct themselves, how they act, how they go to the mic, the arrogance. I don't think Zach Zarba
He's not like that. But I do think you don't think they've been watching film on the series, and then they saw that. They know everybody watched that. So they're aware of what happened, which means they'll be aware of anything more.
So Alan, it's a different crew from Monday?
Yeah, they rotate every night.
Every night's a different crew. Okay, and this is the Zarba crew.
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this, Bill. I brought this up earlier to Alan. Alan said the other night when I had some concerns, and I thought I frankly kind of liked San Antonio on Monday. Alan said they got to show me that in this series they can win a game late. The scary thing, and Alan conceded this yesterday, that they showed it.
Yep.
They did not look. That moment did not look too big for San Antonio at all.
I would say this though: Castle, as great as he is not often a knockdown shooter, and he hit the key three.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's always going to do that. And De'Aaron Fox hit the key two with the Spurs up 3 with 12 seconds to go to make it Spurs up 5. He's been not so good. I don't know if that is something that they can do consistently. As great as Castle is, he's not a consistent shooter. And Fox, his shooting percentage in this series is not great.
But in some ways, that could even worry me more, that in the final moments of a huge game, they actually went above and beyond. To me, it just showed, I think they like playing here. I think San Antonio may be more comfortable with the craziness of New York than they were protecting home court.
We've talked about this. I'm sure you guys have. The turnovers the Knicks committed, 13, not a huge number, but the nature of the turnovers were bizarre. Like it'd be the equivalent of Allen, running to the left and I'm just throwing right behind him. I mean, that happened 3, 4, 5 times. I haven't seen that all year long.
Right. It is weird.
And it's easy to blame, the security. It was a weird feeling.
But it happened to Don at the beginning of the third quarter, too.
Yeah. I just...
Right, when they're used to it already. You
right.
And the other discussion we had, too, is that, it used to be 10 years ago, forget it. Home court was... You didn't win games on the road. So what is your theory on why it seems so much easier now than it was in the past to win it on the road?
I don't know what it is. Someone was saying something about the Knick crowd. If you are the opposing team and you get off to a good start, you can kind of deflate the Knick crowd. I don't know what you
feel. You feel their frustration. That's what the crowd's frustration is palpable in this building.
Well, and I've been there for this before. I was at Game 7 at against Indiana a couple years ago. I've been at big games in that building. Tonight we'll have that. If it's a rough first half, and let's say they get down 14-15, which. Not out of the realm of possibilities. We've seen the Knicks get down and come back plenty of times. You will be able to hear a penny drop in that building. It will get very, very tense. I have seen that from this fan base. They can get their heart taken early on. They will build and come back as the comeback ramps up. But it is, you're going to be able to sense tension if it's a slow start for the Knicks tonight.
I also wonder if the fan who is able to access these finals games is different than the typical fan.
It was different. I was describing the crowd this way, Bill, when I was in my usual spot. Early in the game, they were waiting for something to happen because it was 7-0 in a blink, and they were down 10 in a blink, right? But, there were some pushes. But anytime something significant happened, a made shot, whatever, the noise usually in the Garden starts at the bowl and goes up. It was almost as if it started at the top and cascaded down, as if the lower bowl realized, oh, this is important. We should cheer. The roar was above the floor, not at floor level. I don't know if that makes sense.
Well, of course it does.
That's what I heard, and that didn't sound right. It sounded different. So I wonder if tonight it'll be different because there'll be some people there that, obviously, Monday, there were people there that normally wouldn't be at a game like that.
I saw a video moving around of people getting interviewed. It was a really good idea, actually, for a social media video. Guy just going to people, how much do you pay for these tickets online? And, I mean, you don't believe it's real. I mean, there are people who said, no, they spent $100,000 on tickets.
That's correct. So a friend of mine.
But is that legitimate?
Listen, I can't attest. It's the
those
internet.
Are not face value. Those are
those
are resales.
But I think some of the resales actually happened.
So I love this team, but I wouldn't pay $100 to go. Right. But if you're I listen to Mike Breen.
Oh no, he's great. I'm fine at home tonight.
I guess if you're worth $6-7 billion, I guess $100,000.
But $6-7 billion, that there aren't a lot of those.
No,
But these are people who may have $30 million, and it was worth it for them to spend.
Right, or they're just lying because they want to see
a friend of mine got in line to get the tickets that were released as face value tickets. He was able to get 2 in the 300s. So
and what he spent?
You're up in God's country. And he said they were $3,200 each.
Wow.
Well, so let's do the math on this for a second. We have a friend. I'll leave him nameless, but you can figure out if you've been listening to the whole show all week who he is. We have a friend who does fine. He's certainly not rich. He spent $4,000 to go on Monday.
For one, how many seats?
One. $4,000 on Monday. This person is also going to go tonight. I don't know what he paid for tonight. And he will go to 6 if it happens. He told me that. So he is basically committed to, $10,000 to $12,000 for this series. And this is someone who I know does not make a ton of money. So if you have a ton of money, I'm talking about a ton of money, and there are kids out here who love this team who are willing to spend $4,000 and they got nothing. You're not willing to spend $40,000, $50,000? Of course they are. It's wild. I couldn't imagine it either, but it's happening. And that will lead to the sound you were talking about, Alan. You just spent $100,000 on tickets. I'm sure you're a big fan. You may not be screaming at the top of your lungs, though.
Well, I'm curious to see what the atmosphere is going to be like.
Got to get off to a good start.
Yeah,
right, guys.
well,
got to get off to a good start.
They've trailed in every game so far. They were down 11 after 1 in Game 3, which is not good. They've always had to push back, but yet halftime they always have the lead. Halftime they always seem like they're in control. That third quarter was obviously such a key and curious moment for that team as well.
But I also understand the Spurs point coming to town is that, hey, we could have won Game 1, we could have won Game 2.
Yep.
It's legitimate.
No, totally.
These games have gone right down to the wire.
That was the point I was making, Alan, a couple days ago. Everyone was looking at it as half full. The Knicks played really poorly, and they won both games. Not really poorly. They didn't play their best basketball, and they won both games. There was another way to look at that if you were San Antonio, which is we could have easily won both of those games. At some point, it's going to start falling the other direction, and in the third quarter, it really did. And that was the part that scared me about San Antonio. When the Knicks survived their first punch in the first half, got a 7-point lead at halftime, they had them on the precipice of the knockout punch.
And they started so sloppily in the beginning of the second half. It was, again, mistakes with the turnovers that were really things that the type of turnovers we haven't seen all year.
Bill, what do you think so far of, we've done a lot of coverage. It's been great. Right? I mean, we're on every night, whether it's a game or whether it's the off night, we're doing stuff as well. The amount of response this team is getting and how unified it really does feel. Now, all the histrionics and the silly fighting and the streamers that are creating drama, put that aside, what happened the other night. But I'm talking about just seeing everywhere you go. You have a T-shirt in your hand that you probably picked up on the street somewhere, but just seeing everywhere you go how much everybody has been into this. And it's not just now. We've obviously been following this the whole way. But what's that been like? Because we've been doing this for a long time with this team. What has it been like just to see? It feels like everybody in this city is into this.
Put it this way, guys. I got my daughters and my wife texting me during games. I mean, that's an unprecedented.
They don't watch.
They do now.
They do now.
But
right.
they have not.
Right.
I mean, for all they know, I haven't had a job all these years. No, but my point is that everybody is invested in this, and I think there are two things, and I've thought about this: the way they play and the way they act. They play the right way most of the time, and they're really likable guys from top to bottom. Jalen and Kat and OG and McHale and Josh Hart, the bench guys, they're incredibly easy to like. They're humble. They're approachable. I'm not around them, Alan, as much as you are when you travel. Monica's been around them a lot more, but they're such a nice group. And I think that really people also have become aware of that too.
And that's what makes you feel like if there's any group that's more deserving. That's why you feel the way you feel today.
Right.
Is because, and this group kind of deserves it. They deserve to get this, and you want to.
How can you not root for Jalen Brunson? Karl Anthony Towns is such a likable guy, and how open and honest he is, and OG Anunoby, every one of these guys.
Yeah.
And we talked about the cultural things that are so cool. You have a Dominican player and a Puerto Rican player. The Brunson history with his dad, there's just so much New Yorkness
storylines
to this team.
No, absolutely. And I think that has a lot to do with people buying into this, and also the fact there hasn't been a title won since 1973.
Now, you guys might be shocked to hear this. On the post-game show after Game 2, we always get a player, and we're allowed to ask questions. We also get Monica to come on, and we each take a turn to ask a question. So I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but sometimes I can be loquacious. And
what's the Hahn reputation amongst the
I know
group
it's
here?
shocking.
Talkative.
He gets those words, as we like to say.
He gets them words.
Yeah, he gets the words.
So I wasn't sure if Monica could hear us because she'd kind of turned like she couldn't hear. So I'm like filling a little bit, then realized she could hear. So now I'm asking her a question, and it was definitely long, right? She answered it. She actually goes, "I think that's Hahn. It must be because it's a long question."
Wow, she caught it early.
But it gets better. Novak's next. Novak begins his question saying, "I'm not going to be as long as our partner here." Goes on for even longer than I did before he gets the question.
Like, Don, what do you think that you got as professionals who have done this for years and years? What do you think the ideal time is for a question in terms of time on the clock?
It's going to sound quick, but like 10 seconds, 12 seconds.
Okay, so Alan and Steve each went about 35.
Yeah.
You guys clocked?
They clocked it in the control room.
Now, just so you know, 35 seconds on TV is like a minute 30 on radio.
Right.
Because it's usually even shorter and tighter on
For people
television.
that wonder why, because normally the longer the question, the shorter the answer.
Right.
And the shorter the question, the longer the answer could be.
Right.
But listen, that's the thing that makes this so special, especially when you're talking about a regional television network, is that everybody watching, everybody on they have a rooting interest, and it's okay.
Right.
Now, waving the pom-poms is one thing, but I think everybody knows, and I think wants, Bill, you to be emotionally attached to the team.
So
if you're doing this on ESPN or ABC,
you can't do that.
different story. But I think every single person turning it on,
Are fans. They expect us to be fans, right?
And if you played it neutral, I think they'd be offended.
Right.
Well, how do you feel? Think about it though. A win, like, because I've been thinking about.
Like if they win the championship, I've thought about how do we come on.
That's exactly what I'm wondering. What are we supposed to do? You know what I mean?
I think you got. I think it's so funny that none of you know.
No,
it's not like we haven't gone through it, Peter. I mean,
right. So
I can tell you how to talk about Alexei Shved in a post-game show, but
so I know. I guess I would think at that point you are allowed to, as the regional home who's on the network that is directly affiliated with the team, there could be some serious pomp and circumstance and fun at that moment. Right?
I was already told I can't bring a champagne bottle.
Did you ask?
No, I'm going to.
Right.
But
you know that's going to be the answer.
I know what I'm getting.
How about a cigar? How about an unlit cigar?
I'm wondering about the cigar. I don't know. We'll see. But still, like it is something like it's fun to dream about, and the fact that we are this close to it does make both of us, I think, a little nervous. Steve Novak is a good friend of our show. He's come on with us a couple of times. I know you have a great story about Novak that you can share about what happened the other night.
We love you get to know some of these guys. Steve is a very likable, goofy guy. He's goofy.
I've only met him a couple times. I thought he was great.
We love him.
So, listen, now he played in New York. He knows the geography of the city. The watch party is at Central Park.
Yeah.
With Alex Monaco, right? Steve's supposed to go there. He goes to Madison Square Park instead.
What? He confused Central Park with Madison Square
and he had
Park?
he rented a city bike to hustle from Madison Square Park to Central Park in time for the pregame show.
I mean, we're talking.
True story.
How many blocks is that? From 24th to 59th?
To 59th Street. That's a hike.
That's a true story.
Now,
remember, he lived here. I don't know if he lived in the city.
Well, I just don't know why anyone. If you have confusion, the default would be you confuse something for Central Park, not that you confuse Central Park for any, like for Bryant Park, for Madison Square Park. It's Central Park.
I guess if you're not really aware that Madison Park seemed like the more logical place to have
maybe that's what
a viewing party than Central Park, right? Because of the name, I guess.
But don't you know, but Central Park has
He's
a law.
bumpkin. What do you, I love the guy, but come on. Right? He was like...
He won't let him live it down. He will not let him live it down.
He walked out of the cornfield and just started playing
basketball. Alex Monaco had Steve on Find My Friends, and he noticed he said,
where's this guy going?
He's like, we got a situation here.
Going the wrong way.
So you guys, though, to the point of the local broadcast and how much people love you, this is quite funny, I think. So we've been trying to come up with good guests to have on the show. And last week I said, let me hit a good friend of mine is the famed Oscar and Grammy-winning producer Mark Ronson. And Ronson goes to a lot of the games, loves the Knicks, real fan. So I said, he lives down here. I invite him to the studio. Ronson comes to the studio. We do a great interview. And afterwards he comes up to me and he goes, oh, my God, I'm so embarrassed. I didn't realize this whole time that you work with Alan Hahn. And that's how big That's how big a Knicks fan he is and what you guys mean
That's awesome.
to all these people who sit at home and watch. It's such a cool thing.
Not great for our show, though.
No. I didn't have any doubt that he's never paid any attention to my sports doings. I know him from the music world, but I was still happy that he was a fan of Alan Hahn.
It's funny, yeah.
And you know, this is kind of get geeky from behind the scenes for me, but like you just said about how you guys are going to react. You're openly rooting for the Knicks. How are you going to react if they did win? And there's nobody to offend, right? Because there's not a large amount of net fans, and they're on a different network. How would it be if the Rangers were to have won in 2014 or in any of those 2 years they went to the third round? For you in particular, I don't know what your rooting interest is for hockey. I assume that you're
yeah, but you know what? Gian owns the host, so I wouldn't have to worry about that so much. You know,
right? That's true. But you know, just being around, like, because there's the Islanders and the Devils are on the same network.
Right.
You might actually get Islander and Devil fans watching the Rangers.
Devils win a championship. How are you handling it? Now, it's different because you're actually calling it as it happens.
Well, I won't be because
good
TV
point.
will shut it
maybe
down.
You're on the post.
But if I'm like we talked about with Mike Breen, like Mike Breen can't break down and get crazy because he's the national guy.
Let's say you come on, but on the studio show after a Stanley Cup
if
title.
for some reason, you know, God forbid, Matty Loughlin couldn't do the radio the day that they could clinch, and they said, Don, can you do it? I gotta be honest. I think my attempt would be to be neutral-esque, I guess, but I don't know in that moment because it would be the first time that I'd be calling something that has an emotional like with the Rangers. Being with them for 20 years, I wanted them to win. I wanted to call game.
Were you on the radio in '94?
No,
it was Howie.
Howie. I called Game 1 of the Stanley Cup Final in 2014
with the Kings against
the Kings, and I was disappointed that Williams scored and not a Ranger. But that's kind of selfish. Like, who wants to call the losing goal? Who wants to call a game for a loser? But when the Devils were losing games, it bothered me more because that's where my heart always was.
Right.
But I don't know how it would be if I called a championship. But I think my attempt would be to keep it together.
Right.
Even though I'm not sure the fans would want that.
No, I don't. And I think you should almost lose your voice, and that's okay because gushing. Calling it with power and energy is different than gushing as sounding like a fan gushing. But I think for Mike, I think the whole country would understand if he had a little twinge of emotion in the final seconds of what could be
I agree.
a championship. No one would hold it against him.
I think
because everybody knows his backstory.
It would be interesting and sort of touching, and I don't think he'd do it.
And he won't go over the top either.
But I, by the way, I think he'd give nothing. Because I think that's how professional he is. But I think it would be really neat and touching if you heard a little bit of a crack.
Right. A little crack.
You know, because we know what it means.
Yeah, but I don't think he'd do it.
I don't think he'd do it either.
To do it. Now, if you guys interview him after on MSG, it might be a different situation. But
we might be on till 3 a.m. that night.
Wait, that's fine.
Right?
Let's all hope that we have
Let's
these
hope that
problems
night.
in our life.
Let's get to that night.
Let's get a win tonight.
Thank you. Bill Pito.
Thank you, guys.
7:30 on MSG. Pregame starts, and, of course, right after the game is over with. The minute the game's over, you go right to us back on MSG to get full postgame coverage.
Monica, thank you so much, buddy. Safe travels back to the Garden. Monica McNutt's up next. Don Hahn and Rosenberg, ESPN New York.
The Knicks.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their third loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, you know. It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
Hey, New York, are you okay to drive? No, really. Did you know just one drink can lower your inhibitions, slow reaction times, and reduce coordination? That single drink causes your judgment to be altered and makes it harder to track moving objects. The risk you take by getting behind the wheel is not worth your life or anyone else's. Call a cab.
Hey, I'm looking for a cab.
A ride share, a sober friend, or take public transit. The New York State Governor's Traffic Safety Committee is reminding you to always drive sober.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Do you have trouble getting in and out of the bathtub? Are you afraid you'll slip and fall entering or exiting a tub? SafeStep walk-in tubs can transform your bathtub from an area of concern to a calming refuge. Call them today at 1-800-731-4558 and save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs and showers are proudly made in Tennessee and offer an ultra-low step-in, avoiding that difficult climb over a traditional bathtub wall. They also offer a variety of therapeutic benefits that may help soothe your aching muscles and joints, increasing your mobility, boosting your energy, and improving your sleep. SafeStep walk-in tubs are designed to easily fit your existing tub space and are often installed in as little as one day. Just dial 1-800-731-4558 today to save $1,600 and receive a free shower package. That's 1-800-731-4558 for a free no-obligation consultation and to save $1,600. SafeStep walk-in tubs. Safety never felt so good.
Now let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks, guys. We've got lots of activity outside of MSG. Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Knicks hosting the Spurs, shutting everything down between 6th and 8th Avenues, West 29th to 35th Streets. That whole square around the Garden off limits without a game ticket. Trains and subways will be running into Penn Station. You want to get there extra early. A couple of watch parties going on as well. Plaza 33, Woolman Rink at Central Park, and the Brooklyn Bowl. Mets are home tonight in Queens if you're getting a jump start using the Triborough Bridge. Not so great. A big crash on the Grand Central, blocking 2 lanes by the BQE. Slow crawl there on the Bronx and Manhattan legs. Inbound George about 15 to 20 for the upper deck. Best of it's the outbound side, Henry Hudson. Outbound Lincoln Orany about 30 minutes. Outbound Holland close to 40. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Visit MAD.org. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the NBA Finals. Play your game any way you want, and best of all, with FanDuel, you're going to get paid instantly when you win. Must be 21 and older and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY at 467369.
It's now time for the Monica McNutt Report. It's brought to you by Calandra's Bakery and BetMGM. It's nice to have her back. Last time we talked to her, last couple of times, I believe, the Knicks were on the road, but it's nice to have you back, not just because of the cake, but we do genuinely enjoy your company.
Well, apparently everybody but Rosenberg, because where's he at?
Well, listen, time is kind of, just a suggestion. It's a recommendation.
I get
it's not really a steadfast thing. But I wanted to ask Bill this, but I will ask you, maybe better because you played the game. I heard so many fans say, I don't know what to do with myself. It's the first time in 6 weeks that the Knicks lost a game. How do the players respond to something like that when they 13 straight wins, literally a month and a half without losing? How do you think they slept that night?
The way you framed it at the end. What's up, Rosenberg? I think that they put it in perspective. I do think they slept well because the nature of a series mandates that you get your rest, right? I think they probably were more frustrated with the things that they could control in terms of how they showed up defensively more than anything in that ball game. And, of course, the turnovers. But, guys, we came into this series, and I think most of us that have been following this team closely and allowed our basketball IQ to lead and not our heart, the sweeps are over, and it's okay. Like, we're in the finals. You still have a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, you don't have to win 4-0.
Yeah, like, you have a 2-1 lead, and Game 4 is on your home floor tonight. Now, tonight proves to be an opportunity that is filled with pressure, but I believe this team is diamonds and not broken pipes, so they're going to rise to the occasion.
What is the one thing that you're watching for tonight, and is it early or is it late?
Okay, I know you said one, but I'm going to give you two.
All right.
One is Victor Wembanyama's energy level, because I do think that the 2 days off between games 2 and 3 mattered in terms of how he was playing. And then two is, where is Karl Anthony Towns on the floor? Like, what is that going to look like? Is he in a position to facilitate at the top of the key, which everyone has fallen in love with? Is he even being aggressive if he's not being guarded by Victor Wembanyama and trying to take advantage of the matchup with Keldon Johnson? I do think, and the numbers bear out, that when Karl Anthony Towns plays well, it means good things for this team. And I don't know who to blame, but the facts are he didn't have a good game in Game 3, and the results were in favor of the Spurs.
Yeah, and he's yet to, as he talked about, he's yet to have a fourth quarter at all.
Yeah.
But the difference is in games 1 and 2, he made his presence felt earlier.
Correct. I get the fourth quarter stat. It is one that jumps out at you and makes you scratch your head. But I also am like, context is important on this particular one, right? Like, arguably, then if you said, wow, Jalen Brunson's been really good in the fourth quarter and not so great the other 3 quarters, like, okay. Like, the context on that one is a little bit more blatant, but you put the two together and that sort of solves your puzzle.
Do you think that it is problematic at this stage for who the Knicks have become if you just see the number of shots Jalen Brunson took in Game 3? Would you have said this might not be an ideal game?
Do I just see the number of shots or do I see the efficiency?
How about both?
I think if I see the number of shots, I'm like, all right, so JB had to do his thing. If I saw the efficiency, I'm like, oh, so JB was baited into doing his thing because everybody else was standing around? I don't see any assists in this column. You know what I mean? But here's the thing, y'all, and I get it. Knicks fans are so basketball savvy, high basketball IQ. Yes, this team is better when the ball moves and everybody is engaged. But the very real reality is when things get tight, Jalen Brunson is the guy. So was JB dribbling the ball out the air or the air out the ball, as my colleagues on ESPN are discussing all morning, or were the guys standing around? And this is where I got tripped up on cart before the horse and egg before the chicken this morning because I was very tired. But which one is which? All of it culminates in a game that looks sluggish and full of low energy and poor defensive effort from the New York Knicks. As much as we can dissect what happens in the half court, they've averaged 15 points off of turnovers in the first 2 games. In Game 3, they had 7. Their defense wasn't doing their thing either. And frankly, in this run, this team has been at its best when they can turn teams over. That's where Mikal Bridges gets his energy. That's where OG Anunoby looks otherworldly. That's the energy Landry Shamet gets in. And so all of those things get then snowball into them knocking down threes, lots of energy in other places on the floor in the half-court set. But every time I turned the ball over the other day, especially early in the ball game, it was a dead ball turnover, which on the one hand is a positive because at least the Spurs weren't running out. But at the same time, for them, if they did get a turnover, it was a dead ball turnover, which means they still had to set up inbounds and let the Spurs defense set up. Like, there was nothing easy. And they need a mix, right, of easy, because the half-court set versus this very stout defensive team, see what I did there with stout, is hard.
She's on fire today, folks.
The second quarter was that quarter where it looked like everything looked right.
Starting to have some movement.
Forced 3 turnovers, 5 points off turnovers. If you do the math, if they did that in every quarter, that's usually what they do. So the second quarter was them. It was the third quarter and the first quarter that wasn't, and that kind of was the problem. But I just want to ask you, what do you think about Wembanyama through 3 games in this series?
I think he's getting better game to game.
Yep.
And that is concerning for me.
Yep.
I think the first game I would chalk up to, I legitimately questioned, while I have enjoyed this season that he wears his emotions on his sleeves and is not apologetic about that, I thought he was too emotional for Game 1, and it backfired. And that is just a byproduct of this incredible talent being in a 22-year-old body with a first time to the finals, right? Game 2, I thought they began to level out, but the Knicks veteran poised down the stretch, leads the way, and then you do have a little bit of a collapse in terms of brain smarts late in Game 2. Game 3, it looked like this group had completely leveled out in my mind as far as being able to regulate their emotions and understand that a lot of their power was on the defensive side of the basketball. Like, they forced the issue. As much as we were upset about officiating, they was like, well, they can't call it all, and they couldn't. And so whether it's somebody pressing up on you defensively, pressing up on you in the full court, you got to meet force with force. And the Knicks never rose to the level of matching the force that the Spurs played with defensively in Game 3.
I agree with everything you just said. I wonder whether we would have viewed sort of the emotional evenness differently had they called the flagrant on him in the moment, turned it over, foul shot. It changes a lot.
I think it would have changed a lot in my mind. And I think that flagrant obviously is the one that we've seen on a loop in the last day. But I also think they missed a big call late where Karl-Anthony Towns should have been on the free throw line with an opportunity to cut the lead to
the De'Aaron Fox block?
Yeah, without the clock moving. Now, Tyler said to me, because I said it in the game, or not in the game, but we talked about it during the break, Tyler was like, well, JB hit a shot anyway. Yeah, but the clock is still moving and you're under 3 minutes.
Right.
Yeah. Trying to come back, right? It's different to get some free throws and have a chance to set up and reset. So, Zach Zarba, as I understand, is the lead tonight, who seems to be the anonymous poll NBA favorite. Let's roll. Listen, I'm not one to harp on officiating. I do think they missed that flagrant. But I also think the Knicks need to play better, play harder, and play tougher.
Yeah, 0 for 9 to start the second half from 3 is not ideal for them. We're talking to Monica McNutt, her weekly spot here on Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. Is Wemby an immature player or a dirty player? Or both?
Or neither?
Human. He's human. He's got some of both. I mean, listen, Josh grabbed Devin Vassell's ankle. Is Josh dirty?
Right. No, he's aggressive.
He's a human, right? Like, it takes a lot for me to label a guy dirty. Every now and again, you would still catch me defending Draymond Green for a long time, but I can't do that any longer. But it takes a lot for me to get to dirty.
How about? But Wemby he's willing to mix it up.
So was I.
He's Well, listen, I haven't watched enough tape to know if you're dirty, Monica. We'll get into that another day. But no, he's certainly scrappy, and it's one of the things that endears him to me. But he does like. I was saying to Alan, we had a long conversation about how the league probably had a conversation with him this week about don't put us in this spot where we might have to be forced to risk suspending you. That is not something anyone wants to see happen in the finals. And you wonder if they decided to not issue a belated flagrant but said, hey, dude, chill out. We're not doing this. But what I said to Alan was, hey, I don't work for the league. My job's not for him to be perfect. From a fan standpoint, he's must-see TV because not only is he a phenomenal player, I believe if he stays healthy, maybe a top 5 player who's ever lived when it's all said and done, but he's also willing to get dirty.
100%.
Which is a lot of fun.
100%. Like the full-on competition period at the end of the word, right? Like no fluff. Like I am competing by any means necessary, usually within the parameters of the game, but the parameters are always a little fudgy, little gray. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's the NBA Finals. So, I'm not willing to call him dirty. I don't think I have enough of a sample size to say dirty. I also have watched some of our Knicks guys, make questionable plays.
But now I want to go back and watch some old Georgetown women's tape. You know what I mean?
I already told you. You know the hierarchy there. Ewing, Iverson, McNutt.
Right.
All right. With that in mind, what is the appropriate response for the Knicks in this game when it comes to him and physicality?
I think what you saw in Game 1. First of all, if you make somebody uncomfortable, that's the first thing to being physical. You're going to have to get that guy out of the paint somehow, right? You're going to have to go take your opportunities to demonstrate your physicality within the perimeters of the game. If you set a screen and your elbows are up, well, you should set a screen, right? Like if you are shorter than him but hit him in that lumbar part of his spine, like it's not your fault he's 7'4". Like go set a good screen, right? Give me a clean block out. Bump a guy on a cut. Like there's so many things within the parameters of the game where you can still show your physicality. But the Knicks to me did not play downhill in Game 3. So I think the answer to tonight is to look far more like Game 1. Now I will give the Spurs credit. They are a different team from Game 1 as well. So let's go. Iron on iron. Let's see what it looks like.
Now, if somehow, and I think it's unlikely for all the reasons, Alan, you pointed out earlier, I think it's unlikely Wemby does anything as aggressive as he did with the head shove to the little brother shove to Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
But if something was to happen like that tonight,
I think
would you expect a Knicks player, though, to jump in immediately? And is that something you need to do?
There are only 2 Knicks 2.5, 3
All right.
on a good day. There's only 3 Knicks players that I actually expect to ever mix it up.
Josh Hart,
Mitchell Robinson, and Jose Alvarado.
That sounds right.
Right? So 1, who's on the floor when this unfolds? 2, how blatant is it or not? Right? But I think there's been enough conversation about it. The thing about the Jalen play as we watch it, even Stephon Castle was like, whoa, like what's happening? Like, now, mind you, if you look a little further down the play, Keldon Johnson and Karl-Anthony Towns are all tied up, also demonstrating the physicality of that one. But to me, it was like so out of the way. Like, Jalen was trying to get around Victor Wembanyama to get to Castle, I think is how this is unfolded. It was just so blatantly egregious, right? And so I think everybody's on their P's and Q's as far as that one, both the crew, officiating crew, and the Spurs.
How do you feel?
I love how they both just looked at me.
Well, I've talked a lot, but I'll keep going. How are your?
I already told the story about how.
No,
Monica,
you talk a lot generally. You're right. I'm gonna get my words today.
I told the story. How Monica called me out.
Listen.
I thought she couldn't hear us. So I'm stretching to see if can she hear us.
That was your logic. Okay,
and
Monica, I just want to be clear.
Logic.
I want to be clear. We work in an enclosed studio with headphones on. Even when he's very aware that we hear him, he still uses lots of words. Okay, I just want to be clear.
I mean, he wants to show off his vocabulary.
It's a vocabulary.
Long-time writer. I appreciate it.
But are you nervous? If you're a Knicks fan, let me be more specific. 'Cause you're a professional, for God's sake. If you're a Knicks fan, how nervous are you in the first half of this ball game? Do you have a great fear of this thing going 2-2, or are you confident enough in this team that even if they do lose a tough game 4, I should say, you're confident they can go to San Antonio and grab at least one more, plus one back in MSG?
I am paid to cover this team. I am an analyst. I am fearful if this thing gets tied up.
Okay.
Just point blank. They got to go to San Antonio twice and take 2 from a team that will mean they are growing in confidence. That's tough. That is tough. Not saying that it's impossible, but that's going to be tough.
You've accomplished a lot on the court and behind the mic. How cool has this whole thing been for you?
Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh, John. It's so, first of all, we have cake every time I'm here. I'm so spoiled.
Let's start cutting. You already take your picture yet? You didn't take it?
Yeah, we took a picture. I already ate the Starks cookie. The cookies are great. I will tell you this. I hosted an event last night celebrating women at the NBA Finals. It was great. We honored Doris Burke and Lisa Salters. It was beautiful.
Wow, that's fire.
We're leaving Tatiana, bro. Got a fire reservation. Whole thing.
At Tatiana? Lovely.
Love it.
Big fan.
We're leaving, and these group of cops, I heard them recognize me, but I was like, all right, make sure my guests are straight, whatever. Then they call me again, and they go, Spurs in 6. It took me a minute to register. I was like, boo! Like, who are you talking to? Boo! Like, don't do that. Don't antagonize me. But it's been really cool. The other night when we left the game on the train with all the fans, like my whole little train section, we're having a conversation. What happened? The officiating? Are we worried? Blah, blah, blah. Like, it's been such a vibe. I'm so thrilled for this fan base. I'm so thrilled for this city. It's been a pleasure to be a part of it.
Yeah, and the timing's pretty cool from, your career ascent with when you got the color analyst job for the Knicks and now them.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, you could have gotten that job
10 more years ago?
You could have gotten it in 2009.
Wouldn't be as much fun, yeah. No.
Yeah, and the only thing, Linsanity would have been the only thing that ever happened.
Listen, y'all noticed my origin story. I was like, guys, cheer up. It's going to turn around. Sure, it did, but I'm not as grizzled as them.
Well, in the end, as the story will be told, it was Monica that showed up, and then the sun started to shine on his friend.
You know what? Me and Jalen Brunson arrived at the same time.
That's a great point.
That helped, too. Monica.
Big East. That's all you need, the Big East.
Enjoy this. We'll talk to you next Wednesday.
Thanks, guys.
And that was the Monica McNutt Report, brought to you by Calandra's Bakery. Calandra's Bakery, just 4 simple ingredients and still made by hand since 1962. Available fresh daily at your local supermarket. And BetMGM, own the moment and own your moment. Make it legendary. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why don't you let Monica cut the cake?
No, it's fine.
I'm in a better spot.
Yeah,
she's going to eat the cookies.
I'm trying to help her eat.
Peter's feeling it. He's in a groove.
I'm in the groove right now.
Ton of people on hold. 1-800-919-3776. At 5 o'clock, we'll talk to Charlie Ward. We've got a list. We've got ENN, and we take you up till 7 o'clock, and then it's Pat O'Keefe getting you ready for game number 4 from the Garden, Spurs and the Knicks. Don Hahn and Rosenberg, live from Stout on ESPN New York.
Bigger facilities, faster lines, and more preservatives? While the world automated, Calandra stayed at the counter. At Calandra's Bakery, they stick to the basics. Real people, real ingredients, and real messy counters. Calandra's bread is all natural with 0 preservatives, just 4 simple ingredients doing their thing, which means it might not last as long as the others, but that's kind of the point. Flavor like theirs doesn't come from a factory. Calandra's Bakery, still made by hands, not robots, since 1962.
It's the playoffs. Knicks fans, get in on all the postseason action with BetMGM, an official sports betting partner of the New York Knicks. Download the BetMGM app today and make every matchup mean more than ever with the best daily promotions in the business. Plus, enjoy thousands of casino games with BetMGM Casino in New Jersey. Download today. BetMGM. Make it legendary. 21 years of age or older to wager and physically present in New York and New Jersey only. Subject to eligibility requirements. Gambling problem? In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In New Jersey, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Knicks.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their third loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, you know. It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
You matter, and so does your well-being. If you're facing tough moments, struggling with anxiety, depression, thoughts of suicide, or substance use, help is here anytime you need it. Call, text, or chat 988 for free confidential support. New Jersey's 988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline is here 24/7 for you or someone you love, with trained counselors who listen and care without judgment. You matter. Remember New Jersey's 988. A message from the New Jersey Department of Human Services.
This is the Michael K. Show.
For all those people that would call in and say, I don't care what he does in the regular season. I only care what he does in the postseason. Now, let's see how they do without him in the regular season and how important he is in the regular season, no matter what he does in the postseason. Because there might not be a postseason if there's no Aaron Judge and his exploits in the regular season.
The Michael K. Show. Weekdays at 1 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Partner with Amazon Hub Delivery to earn extra revenue for your business with your business. Assist with local Amazon deliveries and get paid for each package you deliver. When you become a partner, you and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area on a schedule that works for you. You'll gain extra revenue, increase exposure for your business, and connect with your neighbors. Plus, it's easy to get started with no delivery experience, long-term contracts, or startup costs required. If you're interested in learning more, visit Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
This is the biggest game at Madison Square Garden since the Rangers Game 7 of 1994.
Now the pressure switches back to the Knicks.
This is what we talk about ad nauseum. What would you do if? Would you give up this? This is it. Tonight is that game.
If you go back to San Antonio 2-2, it's going to be a different animal.
If they win this game tonight, you'd be hard-pressed to think they don't win the series.
Morning Start with DiPietro and Rothenberg. Weekdays from 6 to 10 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Prizes, flyaways, even cash money. You want it? We've got it. Find a list of all contests and official rules by visiting ESPNNewYorkContests.com. That's ESPNNewYorkContests.com.
Hey, this is Jalen Brunson. What's up, Knicks fans? This is Josh Hart. Knicks fans, it's Mikal Bridges, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball. This is 880 ESPN and the ESPN New York app.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a non-profit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
The ESPN New York Beach Bash is back Thursday, July 2nd at Bar A in Lake Como, New Jersey. Head down to the Jersey Shore and join the Michael K. Show and us live starting at 1 p.m. and an appearance by DiPietro Rothenberg, Bart Carlin, and more. We'll have plenty of giveaways for fans in attendance, a soccer watch party, and a chance to test your skills by trying to kick a soccer goal past Rick DiPietro. Plus, music from Surfing for Daisy, who will be playing an hour before the game, before the show, and also after the show. It's all brought to you by Spiked Aid, Boost Mobile, Miller Lite, Fanatics Fest NYC, and the New Jersey Lottery. Must be 21 years of age or older to enter. Anthony Pusick has something for you right now.
Hey boys, New York, you need to hear this. This summer, all lines lead to Champs Sports Fan Central Station, a soccer pop-up shop open right in the heart of the city, 125 West 33rd Street. This is the soccer destination in New York. Jerseys for every national team you could ride with. USA, Mexico, Argentina, Brazil, and way more. I saw it, Peter. I saw on their Instagram, they have Pulisic, the home and the away kit. They got plenty of them. So if you're looking for a Pulisic jersey, they got it.
I might need it.
You might need
I need it updated.
All under one roof. If you want to gear up, rep your country, and feel the energy of the city, Champs Sports Fan Central Station, 125 West 33rd Street, that is where you need to be.
Thank you,
hey,
Anthony.
Guys.
What happened? Oh, I thought I heard something.
Guys.
That.
Oh, okay. Oh, whatever. 1-800-919-3776.
Don's not happy with
Let's get back to
He didn't understand what was happening.
Not happy with the control room.
I don't know. There's a feel for drops, right?
Well, no, I'm going to defend here, though, because it's really hard to do at a studio, and in Jacob's defense, it's also hard to, not ever play drops because we're at a studio every other day. So it is a different show altogether. You know what I'm saying? I'm defending my guy.
All right. I don't even know if it was Jacob. I'm blaming Harvey. Let's go to Gil in Brooklyn. You're on ESPN
Harvey.
New York. What's up, Gil?
What's going on, guys? Me and you are the basketball purists. No offense, Don and Pete. Alan, the NBA is creating a monster because the stuff they're giving this dude as far as calls and things, how they're letting him play, is going to create a problem down the line, especially because of his aggressive attitude and when things don't go his way. I'm not even talking about the fouls that he committed over the playoffs and whatnot. You can look at his personality and see how he is. And if the NBA continues to allow him to get away with stuff, they're creating a monster that is going to be a down-to-earth problem for the NBA players. And he's going to wind up catching a bad one when he runs into a team that has a goon that he's going to do something, not even purposely, but he's going to do something to it, and they're going to take it as a purpose act, and they're going to lay him out and then deal with the fines.
I mean, if he ends up in a time machine, if he stumbles into a time machine and plays against the 06 Pistons.
Yeah, I'll rock out with you with that one, Pete.
Because there just aren't that many.
The thing about it is
aren't that many players to check. I agree. I do agree. By the way, if he were to do something else completely egregious.
Well, there's guys. There's Dylan Brooks. There's Isaiah Stewart. I mean, there are plenty of players.
There are a few
in this league that are going to, not with me, and they don't care.
The caller's not wrong. That you have to set a precedent at some point.
What Gil is suggesting, I think, is are they enabling him, meaning the NBA? Is he being enabled? Because he is clearly going to be – they don't have a next guy after LeBron and Steph Curry. Anybody that we thought, all of them have whatever flaws, and none of them seem to want that. He seems to want it. And so they're going to need a marketable young star who's compelling, who's going to get ratings. He's all of that. And people – I'm sorry, Don. The thought that they might be enabling him a little bit here because they've slapped his wrist at best.
Well, the fact that they went back and watched this and the whole ESPN replayed that, guys, 1,000 times on national television.
Yeah.
And they were like, we're fine.
And
it's
that's how reputations are built. And in the history of sports, you're not going to be able to name, maybe on one hand, dirty players with a dirty reputation being the face of the league. Think about basketball. It's Jordan, LeBron. Did they get physical? Sure. But they weren't dirty players. They didn't have a reputation of being dirty. Look at hockey. It's Sidney Crosby. It's Wayne Gretzky. It's Mario Lemieux. There was an artistry to the way that they played. Could they throw an elbow now and then? Of course. Commit a penalty? Sure. But they didn't have a dirty reputation. All you have to do is say to them, listen, be whatever you want to be, but if you're going to be dirty, you're not going to be the face of this league.
But I want to push back and I'm not saying that you're saying is that already, but the word dirty is tough the LaMelo Ball play at the beginning of the playoffs, that was a dirty play where you're potentially injuring someone. The Brunson play, now the elbow was bad, unquestionably. That was bad.
Elbow was dirty.
The Jalen Brunson play, I wouldn't go as far. I would say it was overly aggressive and stupid. It wasn't. He wasn't risking injury for Brunson. He was being a bad guy. Like he was just being that guy.
Oh, a bad guy, dirty player, whatever. I mean, he did that and.
But in hockey, when you use the term dirty player, you're talking about someone who bored someone, someone who high sticks. You're risking real harm.
Well, it's a different sport. There's not too many things you can do on the basketball court that's going to injure somebody. Like hockey.
But even Draymond with the, for lack of a better word, nut shots and things like that. We don't know yet if that's.
But he also 7'4". So when he does that to Brunson, you could hurt him. You're a foot and a half taller. There's got to be a certain responsibility you have being that much bigger than everybody else.
It's on the table. It's on the table.
What I'm saying
I just don't think we're there yet.
If he continues to get away with stuff, it continues to be a problem, then he's not going to be the face of the league. And I don't think he wants that. The Spurs don't want it. The NBA doesn't want it.
No, the NBA doesn't. You know why? And it's not the dirty thing. It's more of like the arrogance again. And I think you're not an appealing star if you carry yourself that way, right? Like, I think that's something that can happen where you become more villain and less appealing. And I'm not saying – because, I have been enamored by him all season. I've talked about the Spurs on national TV a ton about how good this team is. This is not because we're in the finals right now. It has nothing to do with that. But it is something, as I've watched him in the playoffs, you know what can happen if you get that reputation from other fan bases that instead of them being in awe of your talent and respecting how you are as a sportsman, instead it's like that elbow to Naz Reid, that I don't like that. Like, let somebody else do you dirty with, not you. You know, he won't talk after a bad loss because he's embarrassed, so he doesn't talk to the media. Well, that kind of stuff. You start to become more of somebody that is easy to hate. Well, you're the one who said it, Peter.
No. And I've seen
it become that.
By the way, I've seen the little.
This is a dangerous place.
It's been in dribs and drabs since he started.
It's in him.
It's in there. You know, let's not forget though. Before Kobe became warm and fuzzy Kobe.
You're right.
There was villain Kobe. He was not pleasant. He was not affable. He was not liked by other players.
And the league didn't need him at the time.
But the league didn't need him quite the same way. You had LeBron James. You had other things going on.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
If LeBron was 10 years younger, they wouldn't be having this conversation with Wemby. They wouldn't need him.
Yep.
They need Wemby because LeBron might not come back, and if he does, he's 41. Right. So
let me ask you this: if Wembanyama did that to Steph Curry, same exact thing, what is the league doing? Nothing.
He's nothing.
At
least
unquestionably, you're the great take by you. By the way, you have some icing on your face, and I'm a real friend, so I'm going to tell you.
That's
a little further up.
I'm saving it for later.
There's one player
still
that was the face of the league that was a dirty player. I'll bring that up. Charlie Ward's going to be joining us.
Charlie Ward likes to mix it up.
Yeah, he wasn't afraid.
We got to fit in an ENN and a list before 6:30. You know why? 6:30 is when we're going to hand it off to Mets baseball. To Mets baseball. That was yesterday. Today is 7 o'clock, and it's Game 4.
You just changed my entire perspective.
That's tomorrow.
That's right.
Well, not tomorrow. The Mets are a day game.
It's
been away.
You know what, Don?
Friday.
Yes.
We get Friday?
We're out. Yes.
By the way,
we're at Plot Deutsch on Friday.
Deutsch Friday.
That's right.
I'm with you boys the whole way.
There you go.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg, ESPN New York.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. Did you know Social Security takes money out of every paycheck you earn? Paycheck after paycheck. And you're not supposed to touch that money until you're 67? What if you can't work? What if you need that money now? The system is challenging and most people get denied. That's a fact. D'Agostino & Associates has the experience to win, and we win a lot. If you filed for Social Security disability benefits and were denied, let us appeal. Call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. Bite Back means fight back. 1-800-248-3222. We'll fight to get you paid. D'Agostino & Associates has offices throughout New York and New Jersey and handles Social Security disability claims and appeals. Remember, if you've been denied, call us first. 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. D'Agostino & Associates. We win a lot.
This is your home for the Eastern Conference champion New York Knicks and the NBA Finals. WHSQ and WCBS FM HD2, New York.
Now let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks so much, guys. That security zone in place outside of MSG. Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Knicks taking on the Spurs. Everything's shut down. 6th to 8th Avenues between West 29th and 35th Streets. That whole square around the Garden. You've got no access without a game ticket. Heightened security. You want to get there extra early. Trains and subways still going into Penn Station. Mets also home at CDE Field. It's a better ride on the Grand Central eastbound in Queens. They picked up that crash over by the BQE. Whitestone Bridge just a bit bunched up, heading across the Upper East River from the Bronx side. Worst ride to the outbound George West Side Highway northbound. Emergency road work on the ramp to the eastbound Cross Bronx. You're backed up into the 50s. Outbound Lincoln, your best bet at 30 minutes. Outbound Helena run you close to 40. This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving. For victims of drunk and drug driving, your grief is unique, but you're not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Visit mad.org. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
I'm a dog, and my job is to make you happy. So I recommend Optimum Fiber for your home. It's famously fast, way better than flaky 5G home internet, which can slow down the more people or dogs are online. So switch to Optimum Fiber, starting at only $25 a month with a 5-year price lock. Call 888-4-OPTIMUM or visit Optimum.com today. That's 888-4-OPTIMUM. Gus, fetch. I gotta take that. Terms apply. See Optimum.com for details.
Listen up. Fanatics Fest returns to the Javits Center July 16th through the 19th for 4 days of nonstop action right in the middle of the biggest sports weekend of the summer. See more than 500 athletes and celebrities, including Aaron Judge, Kevin Durant, Jalen Brunson, Jay-Z, Travis Scott, and hundreds more. All at the world's #1 sports fan festival. Tickets are on sale now. Grab yours before they're gone at fanaticsfest.com.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
We expect our information in real time. US Med carries continuous glucose monitors, which provide real-time readings of blood glucose levels. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. So call 888-665-0696 today for a free insurance and Medicare benefits check as easy as... That's 888-665-0696.
Game Time is brought to you by Tullamore Dew Irish Whiskey, because when it's game time, guys.
Well,
it's Tully time.
So the drops they play, you don't want to hear. The drops you're supposed to hear, silence. The hell's going on?
Knicks Spurs Game 4 coverage immediately following us on 880 at 7 o'clock with the extended pregame show from Pat O'Keefe. Mets continue their series with the Cardinals, and that'll be on 10:50 at 6:30. And the Yankees already beat the Guardians 8-4, so they sweep that series. Tullamore Dew, the original triple distilled, triple blended, and triple cast matured Irish whiskey. Be sure to grab a Tullamore Dew or try the new Tullamore Dew Honey during today's action. Glasses up to enjoying Tullamore Dew responsibly.
So we know Game 1 was the most watched since 2018, right? We know Game 2 about the same number, peaked at 19, average about 17, right? You want to hear what Game 3 was?
I saw it, so I'd be cheating. Peter?
Want to take a guess?
So what's the setup again? Sorry, go ahead.
Game 1 and 2 was both most watched since 2018.
But the number for game...
But Game 3 number, I'll just say, easily did better than 1 and 2. Easily.
19 million?
Higher, Bob.
22 million?
23.5.
No way.
Now,
26.3 was the peak at 11:15.
Yeah, how was it, 158% higher than last year's Game 3?
Yeah.
Wait, the peak
it's
was
the
11-15?
It's the most watched NBA Finals Game 3 since 1998. Now you remember what that was Bulls Jazz to you and me. The Last Dance. That's saying something.
Now, when you look at how consistent Games 1 and 2 were, you wonder how much Trump had to do with the Game 3. Him being there.
But it peaked so late.
11:15 was the 26th.
Like you know you're going to see him at the beginning of the game.
Are you checking in at 11 because it's ABC and I want to watch the news?
Well, no, it's
good. They always happen to be on.
They always peak, but I
you
just
got
think
that bump too.
But
maybe?
I just the reason I bring that up is because that was the difference, right? Because what a Game 1 did like a 16.8, Game 2 did like a 17.5.
Right.
So, and then for it to get, 6 million more, you wonder how much of that had to do with, people that aren't basketball fans checking in to see, are they going to show Trump? What's Trump going to be doing? Is there going to be something that's going to happen? But the numbers have been astronomical to begin with, so I'm not trying to
also it's
tamp
MSG.
them down.
You can't take away MSG as a character.
And it's New York. Knicks are up 2-0. They could have been a big New York number. I'm
not taking anything away from the Trump factor. I'd say it's a piece of it.
I think Don's onto something.
But it's a lot. It's a lot.
So Game 3, by the way, most watched program across all of TV since the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Huh?
Yeah, it was like
for the NBA, this is
like 45% of households in New York were watching it. But what's interesting, though,
45% of households.
You would think the number might be compromised by all the watch parties in New York, right? They had one in Central Park, Bryant Park, so. I just wonder. I think without it, it might still hit 20. But it being that astronomical, I guess we'll find out tonight. What's tonight's number? Now, it's not going to be any more competitive than, if it was 1-1, but it was 2-0. Now it's 2-1, so the numbers might be good because now it's a little more competitive and how the Knicks will bounce back and all that. Because you're looking at the potential that if this series goes back to San Antonio even at 2, guys, we'd be looking at numbers that could be in the 25 range, right? Yeah. With the eyeballs of watching a competitive series involving the Knicks, trying to slay the Dragon and the Wemby situation and all that.
Right.
But if the number ends up going back down to similar to 1-2, then I would think that was probably the Trump effect.
Yeah, I'm thinking also that if for the Knicks a clinching game has got to probably set a record.
Oh,
in New York.
without quick, because that'll get people that
New York number.
But it'll just get even people that don't care about basketball. Hey, somebody's going to win something for the first time in 53 years. Like it was the same with the Cubs, right?
Yep.
When the Cubs, it was a Game 7.
Everybody wanted
but you had a team that hadn't won since 1948 against a team that hadn't won since 1908. I'm sure a lot of people are like, I want to see what this looks like. I just think the numbers are going to grow and grow. It's a competitive series. It's fun. We've got subplots now. This Wemby thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny, too. The Knicks.
So much.
If the Knicks win tonight, they have a clinching game on Saturday at 8:30, 8:45.
On a Saturday.
Same night as the UFC's big White House card, which from a timing standpoint, I can't imagine.
But those things don't start till like after 11, right? I mean, at least the main event ones.
No, the main event wouldn't, but it's that whole card, there's a huge name in every single fight, and it's at the White House with Trump there all night. If the Knicks were to win the series on Saturday night, that TV and celebration on ABC is going a long time.
Yeah.
You got an extra 45 minutes of TV.
That's the thing.
Maybe an hour.
We'll see.
Trump's a Knicks fan. So
not as big as he is a Trump fan. And he's hosting the event.
I know,
Saturday.
but that's got to be tough.
He wants to win
if they
the
win
night.
a championship and then he's got a UFC fight in his front yard.
He wants to win the night. You wonder if he's watching the game or is he watching the UFC fight?
And will he tell them, hey, wait. Would he even be like, I don't care if people fall asleep. Wait. You got to let the basketball finish. Because, depending on what's happening in that game, because, guys, on a Saturday night, with the Knicks having a clinching game, which is possible, that could be an astronomical number. Although, I don't know, weeknights seem to do better in some ways, too. I don't know.
Well, Saturday nights, Friday nights are not what they used to be. Usually there isn't as large an audience, but I think when you're talking about if the Knicks are up 3-1 and a chance to clinch, as much as it would be disappointing to the Knicks fans that it would be on the road, I think, listen, everybody will be watching that and completely engaged. And I guess I'm just assuming that if that were to happen and they were to clinch on a Saturday, the parade would be Monday.
You would think. Although right now the relations between the Knick organization and the city of New York not exactly at a great place.
Dude, I don't care how bad it is. If you don't have a parade.
No, they're going to have come on, you're going to have a parade.
What's the real issue? What are they disagreeing on?
You saw the statements that were released yesterday.
Yeah, MSG was kind of like
saying that we never remember the whole argument about Game 3 and the layers of the shutdown around the arena. The Knicks kept saying this has nothing to do with the president. This is what the NYPD and the city wants. And the city's saying, no, it's because the president's here. Okay, then everything's going to go back to normal for Game 4. So the Knicks announced a watch party on 33rd Street. The whole thing was going to happen. Then yesterday it was announced, oh, no. They're going to do the NYPD said we're going to do the same measures. We're going to close the whole area once again to control the crowds. And that's when the Knicks said, see, this is not what we wanted.
Wow.
And this is why what we said for Game 3, we didn't ask for this. The Secret Service didn't ask for it. It's what the city wanted to do. So it's been a back and forth right now. He actually, the headline in the press release from the Garden called the mayor
and Jessica Tisch, right?
A party pooper. Party poopers.
Yeah, they. Here's my question, though.
That's a
tough.
That's a very weird headline.
But
there's a lot of back and forth happening right now between the two. It could make for some awkward moments if there is a parade to be had, and the mayor's up there at City Hall and.
But what's the
But it's a very uncomfortable relationship right now.
But what would the logic be?
It's not about the police.
But what would the logic of Mamdani and Tisch be to do this? That would be
crowd control. Because Friday night, I told you, Friday night Game 2, it was not even a home game. The arena was sold out, filled for a watch party. There was also a watch party outside. There was a lot going on. And when that game ended, it was overwhelming from 33rd Street to 31st Street. Overwhelming.
Well, and here's what I'm going to
Lots of people gathered in front of the building before the game ended, watching it on iPads and laptops.
So think about this if you're Mamdani. The reputation for Mamdani coming in, whether it's based on any fact, reputation, whatever it was, lawlessness, isn't caring about the police, safety in the city is going to be out of control, everything's going to be chaos. Mamdani sees, and Tisch and the police see, there is potential for major problems around this. So we have to do things that are kind of no fun club to try to make it better. And now you turn around and you're like, oh, well, look at this guy, doesn't want us to have a good time. If it goes bad and the good time looks like a worse version of what we saw 2 nights ago, who do you think they're blaming?
Yeah.
Mamdani has no control of the city. So that's a tough spot. As I said the other day, I felt for the police. I thought they did a really good job by and large, it seemed.
Again, they were excellent the other night.
So you got to the fact that they got through that night with only 21 arrests, and I didn't hear of any severe injuries, thank God, you kind of got to say whatever worked for them that night, you probably got to try to run it back and run the same play again. You can't risk anything just because you want to have a fun – there are plenty of places to watch the game.
Right, but back to what Alan suggested, that if there's a rift between MSG and the city that could disrupt the possible parade, no, that can't stand. Because I remember in 86, I guess it was January of 87, when Ed Koch says we're not having a parade for a foreign team because the Giants were playing in New Jersey at the time. It was bad. It was bad for Koch. It looked bad to not have the New York Giants
what did they do?
Parade. They didn't have a parade.
Yeah.
The Giants had one in Moonachie. They went into Giant Stadium. He didn't have a parade for them.
Was it a way of punishing the Giants?
No, for leaving and going to New Jersey. But it still looked really bad that a New York team, maybe one of the most popular teams, doesn't have a parade.
Right.
Now, Dinkins gave them a parade in 90. So, and then obviously, they had the parades in 07 and in 2011, so it hasn't been an issue. There has to be a Knick parade.
No, there will be a parade.
There has to be a parade.
Just because MSG talked to Ish, MSG didn't like it. MSG is already getting a lot of unfair criticism. They're getting the ticket price criticism, which is not an MSG thing.
Right.
So they're getting beat up for that, right? Let's be honest. A lot of people were very critical of the Trump invite, so they're getting beat up for that. Then they're saying, oh, you shut down the city because you invited Trump. And they're going, no, that wasn't us. So I can see now how there's a little bit of like a chip on their shoulder of like, hey, they're the ones doing this. But they'll figure it out for the parade,
and then
if there's a parade.
And then there's the watch party thing, which there was supposed to be one tonight outside on the Plaza 33 that we've done shows there. And they canceled it earlier today, and they put out a statement, and they basically said that the mayor would only allow it to be up to 1,000. And we know there was way more than 1,000 people there. I mean, you're talking about almost 5,000 people were filling that little area. And so they were not allowing that, and the mayor's claiming, hey, we allowed between 500 to 999 people. We allowed that, and they decided to cancel it. And the Knicks statement is, there's a lot of people that want to see the game. We wish everybody could see it live, but they can't So be outside the building to have a watch party. These have been fun. We wanted to do that. He was limiting it to 1,000 people, and that didn't make sense. I also think the weather has a bit to do with it as well.
They're expecting potential thunderstorms.
But these are just constant press releases being sent out back and forth. Mamdani is tweeting responses. But the press release yesterday really said a lot because there was a dispute about that extra layer of security that was put in and shutting down 7th Avenue and the perimeter of the Garden, and it frustrated a lot of people. And the Garden kept saying, this was not what we wanted. This is what the city wanted. And the fact that they're doing it in Game 4 without the president there is the Garden saying, see, told you. This is what they want to do. And I think what doesn't work for the Garden is the fact that there was a bad incidents outside at Bryant Park on Monday night. It went all over social media, and it's giving the city a bad reputation because, of course, people outside
and that affects the city much more than it does MSG.
People outside the city think, oh, that's how New Yorkers act. And so, I imagine that's probably what they're thinking is we've got to crowd control as best we can around that building and especially Penn Station.
Now, as you can tell, we did not see from Charlie Ward yet. Hopefully he's going to be here in a little bit. Obviously, we're with you until 7 o'clock, so there's still time. Boy, it's getting dark outside. Looks like we're on the verge of
I hope not. I don't have
possibly a thunderstorm. Well, I'm sure it'll be all out of here by 7 o'clock if it's about to start now.
I hope so.
So, since Charlie may be coming in, you want to get a full segment with him, do you want to do the list now?
Oh, I would love to.
I like it.
I would love it.
All right. The list is now brought to you by Allure Group as we take a look at my list, which I had written down on a napkin when we were having lunch that Peter now used to clean up cake.
Oh, I see.
So now I'm
so sorry.
I have to look through.
Oh, no.
So I'm not going to go 1 through 5 because it's all in the eye of the beholder, and I wanted to keep it to 1 per team, if that's fair, okay? Because, look, the Knicks have an amazing amount. So I came up with the best, the most famous Knick, and I decided by the fandom, how long he's been there, and his significance, I've got Spike Lee on the list of
number 1.
Well, he said not in any order.
Not in any order, but listen, there's a ton of Knick fans, but I think Spike is the biggest celebrity Knick fan in my eyes.
The most well-known.
So of all the ones that are there, that's the one you don't question his fandom and you don't question his celebrity. He clicks both boxes. I've got him on the list.
Now, do you want us to throw other ones in there? Actually?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
You're getting Spike out of the way. I think at this point you're throwing Stiller in there.
Stiller's in there.
Well, I told you I'm not repeating teams. So this is celebrity
overall
fans of all over. Not even it doesn't even have to be New York.
Of any team.
Oh.
All right. Well, I got another obvious one. Not sure if you are. Well, you should know this. Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson is
Lakers.
on there representing the Los Angeles Lakers. He was there forever.
Yeah. Denzel could be there too.
Denzel, listen, the Lakers are like the Knicks, right? They've got a huge celebrity row.
But Jack is
the first one when you think of celebrity fan, maybe even more than Spike, you think of Jack.
Yep. It's those two. They're 1 and 1A either direction. Spike Lee and Jack Nicholson.
So no problem so far.
Okay. No, how about I'm going to throw a rare one. You're going to say no, but it's a fun one. Penny Marshall. God bless.
I don't know what team you're even talking about.
Oh, that's disappointing.
With Dodgers?
No.
Who?
Clippers.
I thought Billy Crystal was Clippers.
Billy Crystal's also Clippers.
Billy Crystal
a bit of a fraud Knicks fan as well, but God bless.
Yeah, but he really became a Clippers. Is Billy Crystal on your list?
I have Billy on the list for Yankees.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Now, I know I called him a fraud for wearing the Met hat and City Slickers, but then he explained to me that was the thank you for the money that they donated for the homeless,
Comic Relief.
Comic Relief. So I gave him a pass. But he's taking an at-bat in a spring training game. He made the movie 61. We know how big.
Who else did you think about for the Yankees, though? Because that's a big one.
Well, there's a bunch of them. Chaz Palminteri would have to be up there. I think Billy's bigger. No offense to Chaz.
Well, he's so much bigger celebrity than.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, think he's bigger.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to be polite.
No, you're being really no. Don, I'm sorry. No, Don, I'm a bad guy. You're right. I'm sorry.
I love Chaz.
I know we love Chaz. I'm just saying Billy's Billy. You know what I mean?
I know, and I love Billy.
All right, so that's we got Billy.
Yeah.
We got Spike. We got Jack.
Yes.
Bill Murray.
And Bill Murray, great pull. Chicago Cubs.
Cubs.
Yeah, that's a beautiful.
No, he is a monster Cub fan.
All right, good.
Been forever. And then I got an honorable mention. I know who should be in this list. It's also local.
A local.
You'll kick yourself. Right, can I give you the team?
Yeah.
Mets.
Oh,
Seinfeld. There you go, Jerry Seinfeld.
Yeah.
I got that there. So the 5 that I have, again, not necessarily in any order. Jack Nicholson with the Lakers, Billy Crystal with the Yankees, Spike with the Knicks, Bill Murray with the Cubs, and Jerry Seinfeld with the Mets. Honorable mention would be Kevin Smith with the Devils, but you're not taking any of the 5 that I had brought out there. And it made it, again, I pigeonholed myself. I didn't want to repeat teams because there's monster fans of the Knicks.
And also,
Yankees.
I do want to say, with great respect to you and your list, I am sure we are forgetting some monster celebrities who in their local market everybody knows.
I'm going through the Celtics right now, and
No, Celtics suck.
they don't have Donnie Wahlberg.
Donnie Wahlberg is a
Not a good enough celebrity.
not big enough. All right.
No.
But I don't think
Dude, trust me, I follow the Celtics, okay? The celebrities that they announce every night when I see them post like, ooh, celebro, I'm like, this
Right.
is
Miami Heat.
Ben Affleck with the Red Sox is like an honorable mention.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good. Will Ferrell for either USC or the Los Angeles Kings. He's a lot of Kings.
He
does a lot with the Kings.
I would actually I think he is a more legit for both than Seinfeld is. Not that Seinfeld's not legit, but I think Will Ferrell's a more night in, night out. He calls games with the Kings. Like, he's done so many different things.
Yeah.
He has, but
like, Seinfeld's big. He pops up once a year, whatever it is, a couple times here and there. I don't consider him like a diehard in that way.
I do. I mean, he's put the Mets in a lot of Seinfeld episodes, so
True.
It's a long time.
When you include him, and when you think about Keith and all that stuff,
it's interesting, right? Like Will Ferrell. I mean, I know him more as a Kings fan, but doing my research, he's also a big USC fan. Grew up in Los Angeles, but I just don't know if people know that. Like, everybody knows Jerry.
Yep.
Is a Mets fan. Like, if you went up to anybody and said, "What team does Will Ferrell root for?" I don't know if Kings or Trojans are.
But that's what makes, for example, Jerry, down on that list significantly from Spike and Jack. They're different. Like, they literally belong in their own category of where you associate. When people think, if you were to ask a national fan, tell me some things about the New York Knicks, they might get to Spike Lee in the first 10 seconds.
But like, there's things like, you remember Steve Summers. Like, Jerry Seinfeld used to call Steve Summers up to talk Mets. Jerry doesn't do a lot of meetings. And he's calling up the local night guy on the Fan.
No, that's
Mets. Real. Like, maybe Will Ferrell does that in Los Angeles. I don't know. But so you're good with my list?
I like it.
All right.
I can't think of anybody else that's missing.
But obviously social media will. That was the list brought to you by Allure Group, the Allure Group, where care meets compassion. We've got a search party out for Charlie Ward. I'm not concerned, but, God, it looks like it's going to storm. But what are you going to do?
We're supposed to not get rain until 8.
8
and 9 p.m. should be when.
Well, you know what it is? We've had some gorgeous days.
We were spoiled.
We did have that storm on Saturday night, but we still had a really great day leading
Monday,
into it.
Man.
And it cleared up nice on
Tuesday
Sunday.
was gorgeous.
So if we get a couple of tough days, it doesn't matter.
We got
really.
some rain coming, though, the next couple of days.
It's all about, and when it's not raining, it's going to be like 1,000 degrees outside.
Yeah.
All right, 1-800-919-3776. We're working some calls. Charlie Ward's supposed to join us. Some other surprises as well. We'll try to wedge in ENN at some point. Then at 7 o'clock, it's Pat O'Keefe. Nick pregame, Game 4, Spurs and the Knicks.
Can I get a go Knicks?
NBA Finals.
Yeah.
Here on ESPN New York.
The Knicks.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their 3rd loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
When care matters most, experience matters more. The Allure Group is redefining rehabilitation and long-term care across New York with 6 convenient locations. Their expert clinicians create personalized care plans to help you recover, rebuild, and get back to what matters most. From short-term rehab to long-term care, Allure is committed to comfort, dignity, and results. To learn more, visit allurecare.com. The Allure Group, where care meets compassion.
Hey, this is Jalen Brunson. What's up, Knicks fans? This is Josh Hart. Knicks fans, it's Mikal Bridges, and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball. This is 880 ESPN and the ESPN New York app.
Replacing your home's AC system isn't exactly pocket change. Let's be real. Most people don't have thousands of dollars just lying around. And that's why Slomin's makes staying cool affordable. Right now, Slomin's central air conditioning makes it easier than ever to upgrade without blowing your budget. Get 0 down, 0 payments, and 0% financing for up to 18 months. Plus, every new system comes with a 5-year all-inclusive service plan, including annual system maintenance, filter replacements, and refrigerant. So there are no surprise costs down the road. Whether your system is outdated, your electric bills are through the roof, or your AC finally called it quits, Slomin's has a solution that works and a payment plan that actually makes sense. Call 516-932-7000. That's 516-932-7000. Or visit ac.slomans.com to schedule your free estimate today. Slomin's Central Air Conditioning. Because comfort shouldn't come with a price you can't afford. 18-month promo period. No payment, no interest, and no down payment offer. The offer is available through a third-party bank. On approved credit, interest is waived if loan is repaid in full during the same as cash period. Terms and conditions apply.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Ratliff, Engineering Director at Nissan. We know some things are important to hear from an expert, not a voice actor. For instance, the Nissan Frontier is not only powerful and fun to drive, but it's durable too. We added the V6 engines, so when you need that power in the off-road, it's there. I know, we've tested it a lot. Now get out there and find your Frontier.
Nissan, #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands by J.D. Power. Well-qualified buyers get 0% APR on the 2026 Nissan Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, or Frontier, excluding S-Trim. For J.D. Power 2025 US IQS award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2025 model year. Example, 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Frontier S-Trim 1.9% APR for 60 months at $1,748 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to NMAC credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. N6/30/26.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
And now let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks, guys. Just got word the watch party at Plaza 33 canceled tonight at MSG, but you can still cheer on the Knicks over at Woolman Rink at Central Park in the Brooklyn Bowl. Everything's shut down around the Garden for Game 4 of the NBA Finals against the Spurs. No access between 6th and 8th Avenues, West 29th to the 35th Streets. You got to show your game ticket to get inside that security zone. Extra early, that's when you want to arrive. Trains and subways still running into Penn Station. Mets are home tonight at Citi Field. A bit heavy at the Whitestone Bridge moving into Queens from the Bronx side. Worst ride to the outbound George West Side Highway northbound. Still have emergency roadwork on the ramp to the eastbound Cross Bronx. Crawling there and backed up into the 50s. Inbound George 5 to 10 for the upper deck. Outbound Lincoln already at 30 minutes. Outbound Holland 45. This report is sponsored by the New York City Department of Transportation. Speeding ruins lives. Drivers, watch out for pedestrians and cyclists and slow your turns to less than 5 miles an hour. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Your favorite sports, teams, and exclusive live events are waiting for you on the big screen when you watch on the ESPN app. It's all of ESPN, all in one place. Your home for the biggest live events and the best championship moments.
This thing just got wild.
That was incredible!
Love Scott Van Pelt. Get a good look.
Ain't nobody bigger than us, yeah! Get the ultimate sports fan experience when you stream on the ESPN app today.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Right now, new FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel is the best place to bet all your favorite players during the finals. Play your game any way you want to. And best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA, 21 plus, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required. For 7 consecutive days, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets. That expires 7 days after receipt. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
All right, 1-800-919-3776 obviously is the number to call. We've got a couple of suggestions. I thought about this, but I just don't know if it resonates with everybody, especially here in New York, with the list. Matthew McConaughey and the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah, oh, yeah. He's actually on the sidelines with them, but I thought you were doing pro sports.
And I've been throwing out that the UFC is on Sunday, and the Knicks would play on Saturday, Peter.
No. Wait.
I've had 2 people tweet saying the UFC is on Sunday night.
Really?
Don't ask me. I would.
If it was in his backyard, he wouldn't watch it. Turn the hose on him.
Kate Upton and $1 million. I'm like, I'm good.
No, I don't know about that.
I'm telling you.
I
can do.
Yeah, you're right. It is Sunday.
Look at that. You're right.
No, I have. That is really interesting. They have. I don't remember them ever running a big show on a Sunday. So they obviously thought about that.
Now,
and I wonder if that means also it'll be an earlier card than usual. You can't really have your main event at midnight.
Not unless Monday's a holiday, and it's not. Christopher's got a good one. You guys might not resonate with you, but I've seen this. Mary Hart with the Dodgers.
Well, she's at every Dodger game right behind
Peter,
home plate.
You cannot watch a Dodger game and not see her.
And she's literally behind home plate, so you see every
I'm not
every
taking
pitch.
anybody else out that I have here, but those are some good suggestions.
It's very good.
1-800-919-3776. Let's get back to the busy phones. Talk to Steve in California. You're on ESPN New York. What's up, Steve?
Good day, guys. Always a pleasure to speak with you. I wanted to address how the Knicks are going to approach Wemby today and why I didn't think you saw them respond in Game 3. They have been looking at as if this is all part of the plan. They didn't want to go to that extreme. And, Peter, I'm calling you out because a blow to the head like that can injure somebody. You said there's no intent. What bothered me most about that was that he did it knowing it was a foul, and he did it anyway and laughed about it. He didn't care if he got called for a foul. He was willing to do that, and that makes him playing outside of the rules. And to me, that's a dirty player. I played catcher for many years. There are ways to get back, and I believe that the Knicks will not do dirty plays against him, but I believe they'll be leaning on him all game. They will be putting a body on him. They will be hitting him. And they will be making sure that he never takes a shot like that at their captain again.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, Steve. But
I hope that's
right. I
right.
will say this, Steve. And these guys can disagree with me if they want to. A flagrant 2 would be intent to injure. I don't think he intended to injure Jalen Brunson.
That's all I was trying to say.
Was it a hard foul? Was it a flagrant 1?
Guys, let's take this to the street. Let's leave the basketball game. Don and I get into it. Somehow we boil over. It's been nearly a decade coming, and I feel like risking my life.
Well, it sounds like there's some truth to this, but go ahead.
And I decide I want to start risking my life, and I'm going to try to fight this bear of a man named Don LaGreca. If we started getting into it, and I gave Don the mush that he did, and Don's response was beating me to a pulp, you would say, I don't know if the punishment fit the crime.
I think Don overreacted.
Yeah, the mush is not cool. Don should have shoved him back, thrown him to the ground. The point is it okay to mush someone like that? No. Is it the same as boarding someone in a hockey game or really even checking someone on a screen where your elbow hits them in the face? I don't see it as that.
The mush is you're sunning him.
It's disrespect.
Disrespect.
It's disrespect more than
the mush is what leads to
the fight.
You're about to get your ass kicked.
Right.
That's that you're literally doing that because you're saying, I know you can't do anything about it.
It's a preamble, and he laughed in his face about it. That's the painful part. But
it's disrespectful.
I disagree with the caller. There was no. Yeah, I suppose he could have injured his neck.
He was not. There was no. He was trying to embarrass him. He wasn't trying to hurt him.
No, right. and guess what? He sort of
mission accomplished.
Yeah, he succeeded in the first.
Can I hurt someone and still not have an intent to injure? Yeah. Because accidents happen. If Brunson had slipped, hit his head, yeah, he hit his head because he was pushed by Wemby. But the intent, there was no intent to injure.
No.
If I slash you in the head in a hockey game, my intent is to hurt you. If I cross-check you in the mouth, my intent is to knock teeth out, to hurt you.
I will say.
If I face wash you, which is kind of, now, again, he's a foot and a half tall, so everything looks egregious, right? Like somebody explained to me, like I would say Marco, in relation to my size, maybe if he needed to be a little bit taller, but if I saw somebody throw a kid down, like if a father was a foot and a half taller than his son and pushed his son down like that, you'd be like, call the police. This is ridiculous.
Right.
And that's now obviously Brunson's a grown man, but how often do you see that kind of discrepancy in size? Anything Wemby does is going to look catastrophic because he's so big. As bad as it was, and I think it was handled poorly by the NBA, and I can understand hating Wemby because he laughed after he did it. There's no way you can convince me he intended injury. Right, Alan? Right?
In terms of no, for sure.
Yeah.
In terms of the major hockey penalties, by the way, I have such different feelings on each one. Like boarding, for example, I always think is questionable because where they are on the ice affects the way that I see the level of intent. Right? Because if you're up close to the boards and you shove someone in the back, you knew they were going to hit the boards. They weren't going to fall face first in the board. The one that, that blows my mind is the slash, like the outright random just slash on someone's leg, where there's no other way you could possibly see it. Because the high stick that causes blood, Don, I understand why it's a major, but there are times when you can see it and go, I don't think they meant to get their stick. It's haphazard. But the slash always blows my mind.
And you guys might disagree also. Like, there's physicality to basketball, but I wouldn't call it, categorize it as a physical sport. Right? Hockey's a physical sport. You're supposed to check somebody, take the puck away from them physically. Football's a physical sport. You're supposed to tackle somebody. Baseball can be physical at times, throw inside, different things, play at the plate, basketball, elbows. But what Wemby did that's not a basketball play.
And that is why.
There's nothing in basketball that says that's okay to do.
But was it Allen? Who did I hear talk? I just heard someone talking about this the other day. There are people who really felt like the beginning of this series was a bridge too far.
It was Allen, right? Well, because you were feeding off of what Legler said, that this is actually too physical.
Oh, yeah, it was legs.
Yeah.
That the physicality is
Legler and RJ were both.
It doesn't match where the game is right now.
Yeah, but both were feeling like we like physicality, we like letting them play, but there's also a point where you're like, yeah, but this is too much. And that tone was set in game 1. And it continued in game 2. And then it went to another level in game 3.
Well, that's where the officials are at fault.
Now that's why 4 tonight is something to watch, because why fans want their pound of flesh and want the Knicks to retaliate, tonight might not be the night. Because tonight might be the night where they're watching everything.
Yeah.
And they're going to call not everything, but they're going to call anything that looks like you're going beyond the margins.
Let's go to Jose in Connecticut. You're on Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
Hey, what's up, my guys? Listen, I just want to dispel a few narratives really quick. Number one, I love Monica, but the Knicks also get better as the series goes on. Not just the Spurs. We go from close games to ending up blowing teams out. So they make adjustments and get better too, so I am confident of that. The whole thing about Wemby, Peter, I love you, man, but if you add up all the evidence, the elbow to Nas Reed, the having his goons do a hit out on the OKC, Alvarado, that play was even worse than Brunson.
That was, what was that, game 1 or game 2 when he chucked him on a box-out attempt? Yeah, I saw that play. So it might have been game 2.
He's dirty. Yeah. He's dirty, man. It's okay to call it out.
No, listen, I hear what you're saying. The evidence that is mounting is that. But in the grand scheme of things, it's a small sample size. And even as Don said, maybe if they handle this the right way, they can sort of curb the behavior, and he ends up landing at being a physical and aggressive player, but not a dirty player. I just think the jury, to me, still has to be out.
I understand. It's a fine line. It's a conversation.
Oh, no, it's a conversation.
Years old. I want to see where this goes.
It's a conversation when the league's having the conversation. If they're talking about it, we should be talking about it.
Let's go to Mario in Jersey City. You're on Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg.
How's it going, guys? Just wanted to point out a stat. First of all, this stat is dedicated to someone in the attendance, Lou. But basically, the one stat that I don't hear anybody mentioning, I get, you can look at the refs, how they called fouls, but the refs pretty much called it even. It was 21 to 23 fouls called on each team. Not one person I heard kind of mention that stat.
It's the free throw attempts, Mario. Mario, it's the free throw attempts. That's what
to
Mike Brown.
23 is the
Yeah, I understand.
fouls.
I know how the fouls work. What Mike Brown was bringing up was the second half free throw attempt differential, which was, by the way, one shy of the largest differential in NBA Finals history. So that's what they're pointing to, is the free throw attempts when the fouls are called. So Knicks got into bonus early because of early quick fouls that are called. Like Mikal Bridges was called for some early fouls in the first quarter, took him out of the game completely. He couldn't be aggressive defensively anymore. He was very impactful defensively in the first two games, and it took him out because there was quick fouls called. Knicks ended up in the bonus early. The Spurs get to the bonus later in the quarter like everybody does because they're a very physical team. But so the foul differential isn't the story. The story is how quick the early fouls are called to put a team in a bonus.
Yeah, that's the difference.
And that's why it was 24-8. Hey. That's why Mike Brown decided to make it a thing at the podium.
Conspiracy theories, I think, exist way more in the NBA than I think they do in other sports because of the way the fouls can be and they result automatically in points. If you want to believe in conspiracy theories and you want to believe in it was in everybody's best interest that the Spurs won Game 3, I could buy into that. Listen, if this is 3-0, great for New York, great for the Knicks. It affects the ratings. It affects, you got a ratings machine here.
Yeah.
They like to go this as long as possible. Now, I don't think they're going to mess with games moving forward. I don't think anybody outside of New York wanted to see a sweep. Well, it's in their best interest. If you want to come up with a conspiracy theory, who benefits? What's the purpose? What's the motivation behind it? Motivation is going to be it was in the NBA's, it was in everybody's best interest that the Spurs won that game. So when you see a discrepancy like that, it's gonna fuel that fire that something was untoward. The not suspending Wemby, I get that. That happens everywhere. Yeah, you're not suspending Tom Brady from a Super Bowl. I'm not going to put him at the level of Tom Brady. The league doesn't want to affect the outcome unless it's egregious, like what Draymond.
But also,
Green did.
what does first of all, they weren't going to suspend him for that. But if they gave him a flagrant one, how does it help the Knicks?
No,
it doesn't make up for anything. It doesn't.
But a flagrant 2, which I think would have been undeserved. But if they did that, now you're affecting the series, right? Yeah,
flagrant 2 would have been egregious. But the point I'm making is, in the league offices, their thinking was, it does nothing, and all it does is bring negative attention to a star player that they're hoping is going to become the face of the league. So while it doesn't. The Knicks aren't getting free throws. They're not getting any benefit from it to go back and say, yeah, you know what, we missed it, but hey, we're going to dock him one more point of a flagrant. We're going to call it a flagrant. That does nothing.
Well,
so instead, what you do is you have a conversation with him, like, look, enough of that, and we're watching you, and be a little more diligent with him when it comes to behind the play.
I want to push back a little bit on that when we come back.
All right.
Or your calls at 1-800-919-3776. We got a lot going on here. Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live from Stout, 35th between 7th and 8th Avenue. Take up until 7 o'clock, and then it's Knicks basketball on ESPN New York.
The Knicks.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their third loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
I'm a dog, and my job is to make you happy. So I recommend Optimum Fiber for your home. It's famously fast, way better than flaky 5G home internet, which can slow down the more people or dogs are online. So switch to Optimum Fiber, starting at only $25 a month with a 5-year price lock. Call 888-4-OPTIMUM or visit Optimum.com today. That's 888-4-OPTIMUM.
Gus, fetch.
I gotta take that. Terms apply. See Optimum.com for details.
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
This is the biggest game at Madison Square Garden since the Rangers' Game 7 of 1994.
Now the pressure switches back to the Knicks.
This is what we talk about ad nauseum. What would you do if? Would you give up this? This is it. Tonight is that game.
If you go back to San Antonio 2-2, it's going to be a different animal.
If they win this game tonight, you'd be hard-pressed to think they don't win the series.
Morning Start with DiPietro and Rothenberg. Weekdays from 6 to 10 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Long Island is more exciting than ever at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel. This June, don't miss our midweek Money Rush drawing and your chance to win your share of $50,000. Be here on Wednesday, June 10th and 24th from 3 till 6 p.m. when one lucky winner will be drawn every hour to win $5,000 cash. Then at 7 p.m., one winner will take home $5,000 cash plus any unclaimed cash from the previous drawings. Come to where Long Island wins at Jake's 58 Casino Hotel.
If gambling is a problem for you or someone you care about, please call the 24-hour toll-free helpline at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
D'Agostino Law Bite Back. This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates, and I know how a serious accident can change your life just like that.
I'm Jenna D'Agostino, and I understand that with pain comes medical bills and time out of work. Let us get you justice.
This is John Ryan, the closer. For over 35 years, our family has been getting accident victims every dollar they deserve.
I started this firm for the injured so they can bite back against the insurance companies.
Our legacy is to get you justice. Bite back.
To get you paid, bite back.
At D'Agostino & Associates, bite back means fight back. When you're hurt and they blame you, we bite back and get you every dollar you deserve. We have offices throughout New York and New Jersey, so call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK. That's 1-800-248-3222. 1-800-248-3222. I've been there, and I'll be there for you.
This is Bart and Carlin on ESPN New York.
San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
Here's what I do not want to hear today. You did not lose because of the officiating. Was the officiating great? No. The problem was dumb fouls at some particular junctures.
As bad as the Knicks played, they were right there to have an opportunity to win it. And sometimes the pendulum swings in the other direction. And that's kind of really what happened.
Bart Scott, Chris Carlin. Weekdays at 10 a.m. on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Sure. Keeping things casual has its time and place. But sometimes simply playing to have fun isn't enough. So when you're looking for a way to up the ante, try these 5 simple words. Play you for an ultra? That always seems to do the trick. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra. 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior like beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Harry Douglas here to tell you about Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. It's a fruity candy flavor explosion, and I mean explosion. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, a zero-sugar treat that's sweet tooth approved. These can take care of my candy cravings and provides a tasty caffeine kick without all the sugar. Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots. Get candy-flavored chaos with Fruity Rainbow 5-Hour Energy Shots, available online at 5hourenergy.com or Amazon.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg live from Stout, getting you ready for Game 4, Knicks and Spurs, and it's a pleasure to welcome in Charlie Ward to the show. How are you, sir?
Let's hear it.
All right, let's get his mic on.
I'm doing well. I appreciate you guys having me.
You look like $1 million.
You do.
Well, I need $1 million to help support my basketball program at FAMU, so I'll take it.
Florida A&M. So I was just talking with Charlie about how a lot of Knicks alum were coaching. He and Rod Strickland. Rod Strickland had, of course, my alma mater, LIU, and Charlie now at Florida A&M, and it's like, how do we get a game between these two schools at Madison Square Garden? We got to make that happen because, you know, that it's a proud alumni, as you know, but to see, you know, some of you guys out there coaching is special, and you will generate a lot of interest from Knick fans who will just be interested in what you're doing and supporting your team. So it would be great if the Garden could one day make something like that happen. I'm sure you would love that.
Oh, 100. I've been dropping seeds to try to make it happen. 2 Knicks alums. I'm trying to get to where he went last year, which was the tournament.
Yeah.
But just to be able to compete against a team that's very similar to us in a lot of ways, but I'm trying. I'll do my part.
Now, we've spent a lot of time talking, today about physicality.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously what happened with Wemby. So I thought no one better to talk to because, I'll tell you, I love this Knicks team. They really are competitive in a million ways. They don't have a ton of Charlie Wards in terms of people who are willing to really scrap when you have to and get physical. And your team was obviously filled with that. If you were a teammate of Jalen Brunson, what is your approach going into tonight's game with that level of physicality that happened to your captain in Game 3?
Well, they do have guys on the team that have that same type of mindset. One is Josh Hart, and the other one is Jose Alvarado. And so you've seen the first 2 games, they had the physicality where Wemby was being stopped every time he was rolling to the basket, which was part of the game plan, and I do think you'll start to see that more even tonight. But I wouldn't be surprised if someone, I don't know who that someone is, takes a foul early on, just to send a message to him because of what transpired in the first 2 games. And you want to just go back. And so it'll be interesting to see who does that. I don't know who that person will be, but I'm sure you'll start to see a lot more physicality, legal physicality, where you can take fouls and not worry about the ramifications.
Right. If you were on the court when Brunson was shoved that way, how do you think you would have responded?
Well, first off, I play a certain way, so regardless if it was going to be that type of way anyway, just because that's just where you play the game. But when you're quote-unquote best players, and especially guards, most times you're the one that's being taken care of. I had guys like Charles Oakley, kind of fight my battles a lot of times when I was playing, and someone decided they want to pick on me, being a smaller guy. You normally have somebody like that. Mace.
You had a few.
Yes. So it just depends on who it is, and like I said, it doesn't have to be after you get shoved. It can be within just the framework of playing the game and playing it the right way and playing hard. There will be some physicality in those types of things. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond tonight, because the referees are definitely going to be interested a little bit more. Now that there's been a lot of attention paid to it, and he's gotten away with quite a few. Not just this series, but in the past series of playing a certain way and not getting the consequences that most people would get. So it'll be interesting to see how they handle the physicality tonight and moving forward, not just tonight, but just moving forward in general.
And the officials will be watching for all the extra stuff too, because it became such a thing over the off day. Charlie, as a guy who was a point guard, a guy who was a quarterback in college as well, Heisman winning, by the way, to point out to everybody. When you watch Jalen Brunson and you see, what he's about, but you see what the Spurs do, and there are people after that game 3, that said Brunson was playing hero ball. Brunson, wasn't passing. He was hogging the ball and all that stuff. What did you see that happened there? What the Spurs were doing and what he ended up doing because of it?
Well, first off, he missed a lot of shots that he normally make. Whether they were easy shots that he normally make, he just missed them early on. And you could say he was on the ball more. However, the thing that doomed them was they turned the basketball over. So we could talk about Brunson hogging the ball or not passing or whatever the case may be. They turned it over, so which means they didn't get a chance at the basket. And then the Spurs made plays when they needed them. That was the other big key they stepped up and made plays when they needed them, especially down the stretch. So at the end of the day, this series and every series is about adjustments from game to game.
Right.
And every team makes them, and then you have to adjust to what they adjusted to. You know, they crowded the space a little bit more for everyone. And, you know, they started sending double teams on drives with Wemby. And so now, you know, and they did a better job of recovering, you know, off of those double teams. So it'll be interesting to see what the Knicks do tonight to combat that. And then, of course, it comes back down to who makes shots and make the necessary plays needed because at the end of the day, both teams are quality teams. That's the reason why they're in the NBA Finals. And it does hurt that you're not winning the free throw battle. I mean, we talk about that. That's consistent. If you win the free throw battle and you make your free throws, it does help you in that sense.
Your Knicks and the other Knicks, when you add it all up, the 90s Knicks dealt with Hakeem Olajuwon, David Robinson, and Tim Duncan. If he stays healthy, will Wemby be better than all of those guys?
In his own way, yes. He has a chance to be different than all those guys. And being his size and not just a post player, but a wing type player, can handle the ball, the way he blocks shots. So he's different. He's a different beast.
He really is.
You know, those guys that you mentioned were very, very good, and they were different in their way. And Wemby is a different type of player, but it has the same effect on the game.
Charlie, I know you got to run. Enjoy the game tonight. Thanks for giving us a couple of minutes.
Well, I appreciate you guys having me. And go New York. Go New York. Go.
We'd love to have you back to talk more about the college program and your career.
No question. We're going to try to make this game at the Garden happen for sure. But thanks so much. Great to have you.
Thank you, Charlie. Thank you guys for having me.
That's Charlie Ward. Another hour to go. Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg, ESPN New York.
When care matters most, experience matters more. The Allure Group is redefining rehabilitation and long-term care across New York with 6 convenient locations. Their expert clinicians create personalized care plans to help you recover, rebuild, and get back to what matters most. From short-term rehab to long-term care, Allure is committed to comfort, dignity, and results. To learn more, visit allurecare.com. The Allure Group, where care meets compassion.
Hi, this is Don LaGreca. Just like the New Jersey Devils bring intensity on the ice, Viking Pest Control brings the same level of protection to your home. And I know because I use Viking at my own place. The season may be over, but pests are always in play. So it's time to lock in your off-season defense. As the pest control provider and proud partner of the Devils, Viking delivers 45 years of trusted experience to keep ants, cockroaches, stinging insects, rodents, mosquitoes, and more out of your zone. And when you bundle pest control mosquito services, you score big savings. One call, one company, total peace of mind. Visit VikingPest.com. Protecting your home inside and out.
For adults with Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms, every choice matters. Tremfya offers self-injection or intravenous infusion from the start. Tremfya is administered as injections under the skin or infusions through a vein every 4 weeks, followed by injections under the skin every 4 or 8 weeks. If your doctor decides that you can self-inject Tremfya, proper training is required. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions, increased risk of infections or lower ability to fight them, and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or need a vaccine. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Now let's take a look at the traffic with Brandy Scott.
Thanks a million, guys. I hope you have an amazing rest of the night. Let's go, Knicks. Tip-off less than 3 hours away. Game 4 of the NBA Finals against the Spurs. Everything shut down around MSG. No access between 6th and 8th Avenues, West 29th to 35th Streets. You're not going to be able to get into that square around the Garden without a game ticket. Trains and subways still going into Penn Station. Watch party canceled at Plaza 33, but you can still cheer them on at the Woolman Rink at Central Park and the Brooklyn Bowl. Mets are home over at Citi Field. Stop and go right at the Whitestone Bridge heading into Queens from the Bronx side. Expressway southbound keeps you a bit bunched up approaching the stadium. Inbound George, just about 5 to 10 for the upper deck. Still the worst of it to the outbound George West Side Highway northbound. Emergency roadwork on the ramp to the Cross Bronx. Traffic is jammed there and backed up into the 70s. Outbound Lincoln already about 15 to 20. Outbound Holland 20 to 30. I'm Brandy Scott on 880 ESPN New York.
Do you read more about your team in the off-season than in the season? Does your game day outfit include a brown bag with eye holes? Then you may be a fan of a BST or bad sports team. Luckily, when you bundle your home and auto insurance with Progressive, you're protected. Because seeing your painted face in the rearview mirror after a loss isn't just depressing. It's distracting. Visit Progressive.com today. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Covered subject to policy terms. Not available in all states or situations.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. The hard iced tea taste you know and love, but with an 8% kick of alcohol. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and brings your daytime drinking to the next level. Just look for the bright yellow cans in the cooler and get ready to dial up the fun. Big flavor, extreme kick. Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted!
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
880 ESPN, WHSQ, and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. A Good Karma Brands radio station. This is an ENN Special Report. Now reporting...
The very handsome Jewish man, Peter Rosenberg.
We should talk some sports. Do what you want. It's ENN.
Hi, how's everyone doing? Great. Welcome to ENN. It's all brought to you by our friends over at Fanatics Fest. Yeah, that's right. At Fanatics Fest NYC. That's my bad, Jake. We are going to give away or tell you how you can win some tickets in just a moment to Fanatics Fest. But I'd like to start off ENN by saying good evening to Don.
Peter will be taking a bite out of that later.
Oh, wow. Not a boy.
There was so much chance for innuendo there.
And a good evening to Alan. And good evening to myself. She's delicious, Hargitay. And to myself. No more Hargitay? I got Hathaway.
That worked out.
And lastly, to our friend Bill Pito.
I like Zach Zarb.
He's right. A likable Zarb.
One more spike.
And I know Zach Zarba. He was the crew chief. He's a Brooklyn guy. He used to call games at the Jewish Center on Eastern Parkway.
What's better than that, folks?
Nothing. Not a thing.
Total bullshizzle.
This is a big night for the Jewish Center on Easton Park.
No, everyone's thinking about that.
Because this is a big night for Zach Zarba, working an NBA Finals game in his hometown.
There's a Zarba's viewing party at the.
I think there is at the Jewish Center, right? But good for him, though. This is great.
So, quickly, I'm not going to go into tons of detail.
What are you saying?
Well, it is just interesting because we talked about some distractions and weird things that were going on Monday. Well, as of now, the owner of the Knicks, James Dolan, went on a competing radio program here in the city to talk a little bit about what's been happening with the permitting. What Alan alluded to earlier in terms of a tit-for-tat going back and forth between MSG and the city. That Alan did not overstate it. There's clearly a tit-for-tat going back and forth. James Dolan kind of blamed things on Mamdani and the city. Mamdani put out a statement on Twitter that says MSG requested a permit for a watch party for 500 to 999 fans. We approved that permit for 999 fans. Mr. Dolan has now decided to cancel the watch party. I know this is breaking hearts across our city, but if there's one thing Knicks fans don't need permission for, it's showing up for our team wherever we may be, no matter the block or the borough. Knicks in 5.
Go Knicks!
I mean, we are going to get a terrible thunderstorm tonight. Just pointing.
By the way, that tell me if I'm wrong. Could that not be the best thing that could happen though, from the standpoint of keeping things under control? Like an early in the evening big thunderstorm that just kind of quiets things a bit.
Yes, and I also saw an NYPD post that said that they will be banning any spontaneous gathering outside of the garden. So if you are, at a bar nearby and want to run to the Garden to celebrate a win, you can't. So they're really cracking. I told you, Friday night was pretty dramatic. A lot of people out there. And again, the NYPD did a great job keeping everything calm and cool. But what we saw up at Bryant Park, you worry about something popping off because people that aren't here to celebrate are instead here to, live stream something that isn't real life. And so they're trying to keep it under control. But, if you're MSG, you want all the businesses around here to do well and benefit, and you want your fans to be able to have fun and celebrate. So the problem is the confluence of two things can create chaos.
Well, Dola went on to say, according to SNY, according to SNY Knicks, all I would say to the mayor and the police commissioner, believe in New Yorkers, believe New York can handle this. We're the greatest city in the world, greatest citizens and fans. They are not going to turn this into Armageddon. Either way, there will not be an official party of any sort outside of Madison Square Garden, but as Alan just said, there are different places you can participate with the Knicks game.
Now, obviously, the politics get involved and the he said type of stuff, but the Friday situation, what happened on Monday, I think the police do a wonderful job, but you're talking about sheer numbers here, right? And there's only so much that you can do, and Alan said it very eloquently last week and even this week that you can have 1,000 people perfectly fine and just get one yo-yo that starts something, and then it becomes something that can get out of control. And unfortunately, we live in a society where everybody wants to one-up what happened last time.
That's what you don't want.
So you see that Spurs fan, whether he was a fan, whether he was a troll, whatever it was.
Did you see that?
That's not going to stop people from doing that because they're all trying to create content.
Did you see the backstory of that?
Which one? No, I guess not.
So the tall blonde guy that had the Spurs jersey on,
and
his friend, and they were getting chased, and somebody tried to rip his jersey off. There's someone posted his stream in a SUV laughing about how we got them to chase us.
We did the whole thing.
The laughing, and then said that the same guy earlier, I think after the conference finals win, had a Knicks jersey on and was doing some other stuff.
All right.
So that's one you call out. Now, I don't know about the other ones. The other ones could have been, but that's the stuff that you got to worry about. You don't know what's real anymore.
But as much as you hate to see somebody troll and not feel remotely bad for them if they do get a beating, it does not give you the right for 20 people to knock a guy down, punch, kick.
Yeah.
No, that's not what you do. You laugh at him, you joke, whatever.
Yeah.
Get your video and get the hell out of there.
Yeah,
now, there's another guy I saw that, he was a little heavy set, had a beard. Is that also a troll?
I don't know. That's what I mean. You don't know. But I'm saying that situation, though, was what one of our callers said, was a streamer who was just, doing what I guess streamers do, these kind of challenges, I guess.
Yeah, and
so you don't want that because you don't know what's real and what's not.
You know what all this speaks to,
That's all mixed in with people who are just trying to have a good time. Like I said, the innocence of this whole thing has been taken away. It's gone now.
And here's what needs to happen, because now we had Trump, we have Dolan going on the radio talking, we have all the conversation about violence. We need a Knicks win.
Yeah.
The last few days have gotten away from what this entire thing has been.
Really good point.
The Knicks need to quiet this thing with a W tonight, because it almost feels like this thing has gotten so big overall that when the win didn't happen, other things had to happen to keep the inertia going.
And there was anger.
And it's anger and negativity, and now a back and forth with the city. No, I don't want to put more pressure on the Knicks than they already have. They need to quell this whole thing tonight with a confident dub.
They need to literally win this for the city.
They really do.
Right?
It's
crazy.
Powers that be are going to start getting fat-handed. You got to just wrap this thing up and get out of Dodge.
Wrap it up, B.
It's getting to be too much. Yeah, pack this thing up. All right.
Should we play them out?
I know. It's almost time to play this whole thing out.
We should just play the whole finals out. All right, play it out.
Play them back to San Antonio up 3-1. Let's, speaking of tonight's game, let's hear from Jose Alvarado. I was looking for this audio, and I wasn't able to get it for yesterday's ENM, but this is Alvarado issuing a warning to Wemby.
Some of those plays, I don't think they're basketball plays, but like I said, when in the games, those type of games in atmosphere, you miss calls, stuff like that. So they can't call everything. But like I said, we be all right. That's something that they got to look at. But he got away with one, so that'd be the last one.
There you go. And he's one of the guys that can do it, right?
Needed some music after that, right?
The thing is, there's always a chance Alvarado won't be on the court if it happens. I mean, sorry. Yeah, if Alvarado's on the court, there's a chance Brunson's not on the court.
Right.
And he wouldn't be the person to be out there to stop it. It would be very funny, though, to see Alvarado size running up to Wemby.
No, you forget. He headlocked Alvarado in Game 2.
Oh, yeah.
When Alvarado was trying to box him out aggressively, got into his legs, Wembanyama put him in a headlock and threw him away, just tossed him. Yeah. And Alvarado looked at the ref like nothing.
You know what Wemby's like? He's like in Jurassic Park when the T-Rex sees the other herbivore dinosaurs and is just swatting them around. That's sometimes what Wemby looks like with these other players who are 6'5", 6'6", 6'7". And that's one of the things that I think is going to be so problematic about other players for Wemby forever. As much as he looks like an alien and he's 7'5" and he's very thin, he's not completely waif either.
No.
He's not
Chet Holmgren.
No, he's got a little man to him as well.
Yeah, he's not Manute Bol.
Yeah.
He's certainly, God bless. But he's not.
But the two guys he's gone after are 6'2" and 6'1". He hasn't
also
gone after anybody bigger.
And he got after Mitch.
What did he do with Mitch?
No, I said he hasn't.
No, well, they did have that. Remember, Mitch got the tech. Yeah, exactly.
Moving along.
Yes.
Brian Windhorst on Unsportsmanlike this morning.
Windy.
Saying that Mike Brown called out refs with the hopes of benefiting Jalen Brunson.
I know Mike Brown for over 20 years. I have covered him at times when they go in the back and they have a discussion and they say, are we going to make the officiating a story or not? So my guess is that they had a discussion. I don't know this for sure. I want to be clear. But my guess is that there was a discussion last night. Do we go after officiating at this moment? I suspect that the reason that they did was because they know how important that's going to be going forward in the series. Mm-hmm. Not only for them, but also for Brunson. They need Brunson to get the calls, to get to the foul line, because I don't know if he's going to ever be able to be efficient shooting against this team.
I think we explained that yesterday, right?
Yeah.
We told that same story. That was
a
conversation that they had, and the intent was, okay, you know what? Let's put a message out because it's a couple of games now, and it's time to say something. And you had the second half free throw disparity to use as your evidence. So you needed an Exhibit A. There was none better than that one. So this was the opportunity to say something, and once again, just put the officiating crew on alert.
Yeah, it's a tale as old as time. All coaches did it.
Yeah, Phil Jackson's done it. Pat Riley's done it. Steve Kerr has done it a million times.
Of course. And you don't want your players doing it because that can affect whether they get calls or not on the court.
Right.
But when a coach does it, especially a coach of significance, like a coach coaching in the NBA Finals, yeah, they're going to hear it, and they're hoping to change the narrative.
You can't forget about for Mike Brown. You talk about the pressure on the players. Let's not forget to talk about how legacy-defining these next few games are for Mike Brown.
Very good.
This is a big deal.
Yes.
Tonight is a big deal.
Adjustments night. This is the coaching staff is judged not by the championship alone, but how you got there. That adjustment, the Game 3 to Game 4 Atlanta, that's one of the all-time great in-playoff adjustments that's ever happened. But from there, what they've done in specific games, keeping his team in it while they're fumbling around in a Game 1 against Cleveland. But his in-finals adjustment, if they tweak something or find something that flips the series back in their favor, those are the stories you tell when you decide whether or not a coach is worthy of a Hall of Fame.
Charles Barkley earlier on ESPN talking about the pressure on the Knicks tonight.
Now the pressure switches back to the Knicks. All the pressure to me, the Spurs had to win the game. The Knicks did not have to win the game. Now I think for the Knicks, they got to come out ready to play Wednesday, because if you go back to San Antonio 2-2, it's going to be a different animal. But if they win Game 4, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
Because
I think we all feel that way.
The other aspect, too, of a loss tonight, guys, is that puts to bed the 13-game winning streak. Now you've lost 2 in a row. Like, we're living in the now, right? So it's this impossible dream, this amazing run now not only stops, but now you've lost 2 in a row. So now it's like you're starting from scratch. Now it's a best of 3.
Right.
They've got home court. Everything that happened previously almost doesn't matter. Now you're living in oh, my God, we've lost 2 in a row. We've got to stop the streak. Now you win tonight. Well, you went from a 13-game winning streak to now you've won 15 of your last 14, or 14 of your last 15. You still feel like, all right, we're good. We're back to normal. You don't want this to kind of grow into something. And I couldn't agree with them more. 3-1, it's like, all right, we're going to lose eventually, right, guys? We got back to work. We won. We're in great shape.
Right.
2-2, you're still in good shape because you're a really good basketball team, but now it's on. Now it's like real.
Yeah. No, but 3-1, you basically have 3 games to win 1. That's all you got to do.
Right, and also teams have come back. Correct me if I'm wrong, Alan. Teams have come back from 3-1 in the playoffs. How many times did it happen in the NBA Finals? Just one time, and that was because of Draymond.
I think one time out of 35.
And if Draymond doesn't get suspended, they probably win that series too.
That was a 73-win team.
It's not 3-0, but 3-1 is 3-0 with Jace. That's Peter.
Also, if the Knicks were to win confidently tonight, frankly, I see this being close again, probably.
Yeah, I think the rest of the series.
But if the Knicks like really were on their 2026 Knicks-ish tonight, and they won by 20 points, there's a chance that Saturday in San Antonio will feel a little defeated for everybody. Like there's a chance that at 3-1, and you just lost by 20, and it's a team that you haven't beaten at home yet. There's a way that the Knicks can win tonight that I think can be really deflating for the Spurs.
Right, but what you saw happen to the Hawks, the Sixers, and the Cavaliers, it's not going to happen.
The quit won't happen.
They won't lose by 30.
They will not be quit, but
But you could hurt the crowd though. You could make the crowd.
Hey.
You could make the crowds like, oh man, I get a lot of money for these tickets. You could see more Knicks fans in the building on Saturday in San Antonio if you crush them tonight.
That part,
they're down 3-1
because it's a Saturday. I wonder. There was a lot of Knicks fans in the building for Game 2. It was a Friday night. If you're up 3-1, that could be another one of those situations where there's a takeover.
And people are like, oh, they're
Are
down
you really
3-1.
selling your finals tickets?
I don't know how much.
It could
money.
be the last time you see.
Yeah,
a team.
but
they're the Spurs. But think about it. The Spurs are like Yankee fans. They expect to be back in the finals within a couple of years. And by the way, they will be.
I don't know if
I
don't know if you're.
Put yourself in their shoes, okay? You're down 3-1. Unless something dramatic happens, like the Draymond suspension, you're gonna lose. Some millionaire in New York offers you, $15,000 for your tickets. You're like, I'm a big Spurs fan, but
I can watch at home.
A ticket I spent $120 on, somebody's offering me $15,000. I'm not gonna call that guy a fraud if he decides, you know what, I got a chance to make myself $15,000. I'm gonna do it. And that's the kind of money you might get, because if you're a Knicks fan that's off enough to fly to San Antonio and see your team win a championship for the first time in 53 years. Who knows? 15 might be.
You know what? Now that you think about it,
might be conservative.
Everybody has a price. It's a great point. Everybody has a price.
Yeah, and I think that price just all of a sudden it gets a little easier to part with them. Should you end up down 3-1 after losing a bad game tonight? And imagine how just the difference, how stark the difference would be between it being tied 2-2
and also, Peter, if you're a season ticket holder and you did that. Well, hey, if something happens and we end up winning Game 5 and win Game 6, I still got my tickets for Game 7, right? That you're not going to part with, So
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Guys, Patrick Mahomes is going to rework his deal.
Oh boy, I saw this number.
They're adding
Donnie.
2 years, Don, to Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, Donnie, look at this. Wait till you hear it.
There we go.
It'll keep him in Kansas City through 2033,
which is not happening.
Is that right?
Over $500 million.
Worth every penny.
504.75 according to sources.
That's why, that's a loophole in the salary cap, right? Because he's not playing. Now, that will hurt them at some point down the road, but this is Patrick Mahomes we're talking about here, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how much does it free up for them?
That's the big part, is all this deferred guarantee.
I don't want them back.
He can make up to $522 million through incentives and escalators beginning in 2027. The deal averages $64 million a year, setting the record, obviously. The third time in 6 years the Chiefs and Mahomes have reset the quarterback market. You know what it's so funny. He got this coming off of a year in which, did not go well. And ended with hold on. But don't forget, it ended in horrible injury after already being his worst year.
Yeah, they weren't going to the playoffs.
They were not good.
That's the fouls. That injury did not affect. It affected
they were
play in
finished.
the last game. They were done. But they need an overhaul, and you need money to do that. So if he wants to be competitive again, he's got to rework things to be able to get some money to get some free agents.
And he's obviously the centerpiece of the whole thing. And can you imagine a Chiefs fan? You said it's 2026. In theory, they could have him through 33. How old is he? 30?
He's got to be 30, right?
Yeah.
Maybe 30 on the dot?
He's got to be 30.
There's a world in which he plays through 2033. That was his first big injury.
Not effectively, though.
Why not?
Because he's not going to be able to scramble.
I don't.
That was Aaron Rodgers. They said that about Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, and I sort of view him similarly. Like the scramble is bonus for Mahomes. It's not what makes him special.
Steve Young always said in this league you can last a long time because you don't get hit and all that.
Right.
Still, for every Rodgers and Brady, there's tons of quarterbacks that they start to lose it.
No, but even what's the exact age? I need to get this right.
Yeah. You want me to look it up? You got it?
I'm going to pull it up. I think he's right around 30 on the dot is my thought. He is 30 on the dot.
Yeah.
So even Don, 2033 gets him to 37. We're not talking 42.
I know, but
I think that's a reasonable number.
But if they don't start getting him some weapons, I mean, he's not going to be Patrick Mahomes north of 35. Like I said, there's the Nolan Ryans, there's the Jaromir Jagrs. Like there's exceptions, but the rule tells you that at some point, it happened to Manning, it happened to Roethlisberger. Like it's happened to how long did Peyton play?
But it happened to Manning. Well, Eli played a long time,
but
Peyton didn't because he got hurt a lot.
Well, that's
Roethlisberger he fell apart physically. But he played late.
The freaky thing about Brady is he never got hurt.
Manning played till 39. He fell off the cliff at 39. But remember, at 37, he had the best statistical year of his career.
Yeah, 50 touchdowns, yeah.
So I hear you. You're not wrong. But with Mahomes' natural, just his arm.
He's not he's really not the dual threat.
He's not a fast runner. He's a crafty runner.
He waddles a lot.
A lot of waddling.
He's made special by his ability to move, and that's going to start to deteriorate. I'm not saying you can't win with Patrick Mahomes' pocket quarterback.
I'm with you.
He's not the same.
I'm with you.
I disagree with the statement that he's special because of the way he can move. I think it is a bonus that makes him problematic.
I think his IQ.
It's the IQ, his craftiness.
His accuracy with his arm.
And by the way, strength of the arm,
the arm angles,
because we're looking at a guy that's 30.
Yeah.
All right? And in that 30th year, like you said, not the greatest year, coming off an injury, I'd like to see how he starts to perform. Will we start to see any kind of slippage?
Okay.
And listen, the other thing, too, is he had some weapons, but Travis was getting older, but those wide receivers weren't overly special, right? I mean, that's what made Tom Brady amazing. Like he had Randy Moss that.
Didn't they just who'd they get wide receiver wise though? Didn't they just do some upgrades there around him?
They did.
Yeah.
Chiefs.
Well, the draft too. Listen, I love him, and I think he's. I'm done with him, but I think he's a really good player.
I mean, listen, I have a drop that suggests I don't love him, but I do. He's still.
Yeah. But he's fun to watch, and he's irritating because how good he is. But let's see how these next few years go before we start declaring how he's going to look 6 years from now.
No, they are definitely getting long in the tooth, and we'll see what married. Travis Kelce looks like.
I'm going to also ask you something. I'd like to see him post Andy Reid. Is Reid going to coach till 2033?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, it'd be amazing if he did.
All right.
No, he'd be very old.
Be the oldest coach ever.
So
Marv Levy would call him young.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, he's probably closer to Marv Levy's age right now than we believe.
He's not 70 yet, though, right?
I think he's
Andy
67.
Reid? Oh, he is.
Double check that. I think he's 67 or 60.
Andy Reid is 68.
I thought I just thought he looked older than he was because of his look.
So
Marv Levy's 100.
Yeah.
Marv Levy was born in 1925.
God bless him.
Which means when the Redskins beat them in the Super Bowl, Marv Levy was younger than Andy Reid is right now.
Right, and the thing about Marv, he came back and was the GM in his 80s, but I don't think Andy Reid's going to be coaching that deep into his 70s.
God, what a guy, man.
So, would you be curious to see Mahomes post Andy Reid?
Very much so.
All right. So
we'll see what happens. That'll do it for ENN, folks.
Love it.
It's all brought to you by our friends over at Fanatics. It's the world's #1 sports fan festival. It's back at the Javits. 500 and more. That's how many athletes, celebrities, legends will be there. Danhausen will be there, folks. And many, many more.
Go Knicks!
Yeah, that's right. Rare collectibles, nonstop action across every major league in sports and WWE. Enter for your chance to win now on the ESPN New York app. Find the contest tile to submit your entry.
Last call crew. 1-800-919-3776. Take you up until 7 o'clock, and everybody knows what comes up then. Pat O'Keefe in the pregame. Knicks Spurs Game 4. We're live from Stout, 35th between 7th and 8th Avenues on ESPN New York.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their 3rd loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, you know. It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
FanDuel customers can hit the court with $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 straight days. FanDuel's the best place to bet all of your favorite players during the finals. Play your game any way you want to, and best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel's the best place to bet all of your favorite players during the finals. Play your game any way you want to, and best of all, with FanDuel, you get paid instantly when you win. Head to FanDuel.com/local to get $350 in bonus bets guaranteed after betting $5 for 7 days. FanDuel, official partner of the NBA, 21 plus, physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. Minimum $5 wager required for 7 consecutive days. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued and non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. For help with a gambling problem, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369.
Want to earn extra revenue for your business? Amazon Hub Delivery is looking for local business owners to assist with deliveries. When you become a partner, you and your staff will deliver packages to customers in your area on a schedule that works for you. With each package delivered, you'll gain extra revenue and exposure for your business. Plus, Amazon Hub Delivery makes it easy to get started. There's no upfront cost, delivery experience, or long-term contracts required. Sign up to learn more at Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery.
This is the Michael K. Show.
For all those people that would call in and say, I don't care what he does in the regular season. I only care what he does in the postseason. Now, let's see how they do without him in the regular season and how important he is in the regular season, no matter what he does in the postseason. Because there might not be a postseason if there's no Aaron Judge and his exploits in the regular season.
The Michael K. Show. Weekdays at 1 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
Sure, keeping things casual has its time and place, but sometimes simply playing to have fun isn't enough. So when you're looking for a way to up the ante, try these 5 simple words. Play you for an ultra? That always seems to do the trick. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, 2.6 carbs, 95 calories. Superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
In New York City, young men of color deserve every opportunity to succeed. The NYC Young Men's Initiative is investing in futures through education, workforce development, healthcare, and justice programs designed to uplift and empower. And through programs like the Cooney Fatherhood Academy, we're supporting young fathers and building brighter futures for themselves and their families. Visit nyc.gov/YMI programs or at NYC Young Men on all socials to learn more.
Hey, this is Jalen Brunson. What's up, Knicks fans? This is Josh Hart.
Knicks fans, it's Mikal Bridges,
and this is your home for New York Knicks basketball. This is 880 ESPN and the ESPN New York app.
June 27th, Brooklyn. 2 undefeated forces collide at Barclays Center. Jaren Boots Ennis, Xander Zayas for the unified WBO and WBA World Super Welterweight titles. This is the pursuit of greatness. Final tickets available now at Ticketmaster.com.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hey, everybody, we're in New York, right? In New York, every block is a business. Every minute counts. Amazon Hub Delivery lets you earn extra revenue from the business you already run. You and your staff can deliver packages right in your neighborhood on a schedule that works for you. It's a smart way to keep your hustle going, bring in more revenue, more visibility, and staying connected to the community that you serve every day. So I'll give you an example. Elaine services Dream in Washington Heights. Elaine says that tax season keeps her busy from January through April, but values the extra revenue from Amazon Hub Delivery that helps her manage expenses during the slower summer and fall months. Getting started is easy. No delivery experience, no long-term contracts, and no startup costs. So if you're a New York local business and you're ready to make your next move, visit Amazon.com/Hub Delivery. That's Amazon.com/HUB Delivery. We are here at Stout. Is everybody ready for this game tonight? Can I hear you? I said that Game 3 had a very bougie crowd, and it was kind of like it didn't bring the buzz and the energy. So I'm going to need you to show me what a Garden crowd's supposed to sound like right now, please.
That feels close.
That's what I was looking for.
No, it feels close.
That's what I was looking for.
No, they're still pumped up. They're still feeling it.
Now we got it. Now we've got it.
No, we're getting in the zone. We're under 2 hours, folks.
Yeah, we're under 2 hours. 1-800-919-3776. Last call crew. Take you up until 7 o'clock. William in Hempstead. You're on ESPN New York.
Yes, fellas. How you doing today? I'm glad to get through again. And I actually called last week before Game 2, and I had agreed with what Hahn has said regarding what he wanted to see in the net game as far as foul trouble and the three-point play. And clearly, it showed. And so I'm pretty sure the refs, they're listening to the back by the foul that Wembyama did. So I don't know. I'm not a betting man, but I guarantee you.
Oh no,
we lost.
What happened there?
I'm not sure.
He guaranteed something.
He was abducted, and he guaranteed never got the guarantee out. All right, not guarantees, but Alan Hahn, what do you expect to see tonight?
Well, I'm expecting, again, I'm watching the officiating. I thought the officiating in Game 3 would have been a little tighter. I thought after the first two games in San Antonio, we might see it. We didn't. So I'm going to see, will the officiating be a little bit tougher on the extra physicality? That's one. Two, will the Knicks get Karl-Anthony Towns going early? We haven't talked enough about Towns' impact, right? When Monica was here with us and she brought it up. But don't you guys think that this was a guy that was on the fast track to being the finals MVP if the Knicks were to win this thing? And if he has a big game tonight, or again, just goes back to the double-double and the 5+ assists and the Knicks win, I would think that he would be easily the runaway favorite to win MVP for the finals. So those are things to me that are important. And last but not least, aren't you all wondering what the crowd's going to be like? How will it be different? Will there be a better energy versus an awkward energy that I felt at least in the building in Game 3, where there were some people that were there courtside, more to be seen and less to be cheering on the Knicks? I think you'll get more of a Knick crowd for this game. Taylor Swift's going to be in the building, and I told you already she is a Knicks fan. She loves the Knicks.
I mean, Wu-Tang is performing at halftime.
How New York is that?
It's a great call.
Are we reuniting all of them? I mean, is this what we're getting?
People keep throwing the word reunite around.
Not happening?
I mean, they're in the middle of a world tour. Like, they toured all last summer. They don't need reuniting at this moment. They've been united. Double LP, world excited. The question is, what's the over-under on how many members show up tonight?
Well, what's the total number of members?
Well, 8 or 9, depending how you look at it.
I mean, shouldn't we get them all?
It's the finals.
It is the finals.
Well, ODB is gone, by the way, so it's 8.
Yeah, so it's well, you said 8 or 9.
Well, because I
didn't know if you were including ODB or not.
Well, that's like that's like Capadonna. It depends how you look at it.
All right.
But I think
the original
to call it Wu-Tang, I think it needs to be over 5.
All right.
I think we'll have that.
You getting over 5? You taking the over?
I'm looking right now at rehearsals.
Okay.
On Twitter.
Who are you seeing?
I'm seeing Raekwon for sure.
That's good.
I'm seeing Method Man for sure.
Excellent.
I think I see Jizza.
Okay.
I think we're right.
That's going to be close, it sounds like.
It's going to be. I think it's going to be. Oh, I think I see Capadonna. Master Killa. I think it could be everybody.
Oh, you just named 5 right there.
It could be. I didn't see RZA yet, but it could be everybody.
When halftime comes, I have to do halftime on radio today. Right? I'll be up in the booth. It's going to be tough.
Yeah, you got to at least.
Pat O'Keefe, love him. He'll be asking me questions. Not sure I'm going to really hear all of the questions.
And you got to tell.
Like, I'm going to have one, like, have a headset. You just take the one headset and move it away so you can hear.
You got to tell Pat O'Keefe what songs are being performed.
I'm just going to say, I'm just trying to think of what would be more polar opposite of Pat O'Keefe and Wu-Tang.
Oh, that is, I love
Pat O'Keefe's New York.
Yeah, but still, in terms of his style, the
don't judge a book by its cover.
No, it's not about that because he means the cover.
You're going cover.
You know what I mean? Like you mean the cover. What was that, Jacob?
Pat O'Keefe is Wu-Tang.
I don't know what that means. You mean like he's in Wu-Tang, or you mean like Wu-Tang's for the children? Pat O'Keefe is Wu-Tang.
Oh yeah.
I'm just saying Pat O'Keefe, the guy. When you talk to him, feel-wise, Don, I see what you're saying. A stark contrast.
I feel bottle of red. Bottle
you think he's
of
a
white.
Billy, he's a Billy guy?
He's Billy. He's Bruce.
Yeah, but you look at me. Do you think I'm Wu-Tang?
But you're more Wu-Tang feeling than
But
Pat O'Keefe.
But it's not like I never met Pat and had conversations with him.
That's New York, man.
Well, there's a lot of people that are in New York that wouldn't like Wu-Tang. Michael Kay is New York. He does not know anything about Wu-Tang.
Nothing. You think he knows nothing about Wu-Tang?
No, because he's also – who do you think I was thinking about when I was singing the Billy? He's Billy and Bruce, right?
I think Don is correct. I think Michael knows literally nothing. Could Michael name a member of Wu-Tang?
Maybe just because of me doing my Method Man. Maybe it's
Would he remember it? Would he remember it? I don't think so.
Text him right now.
Well,
text him right now.
Listen, he understands the importance of Wu-Tang to New York, so he'll claim he knows. But
no member went on center stage though.
No, that could be a yes thing.
What do
I like it though? It's
a bit
better than
polarizing.
look. It's better than the Baja Men, Don. I mean, you know.
I'll say.
Me farting into a microphone's better than the Baja Man.
No, listen, it's a great booking. It's a great booking.
That is epic.
That must have been a tough get. I mean, in 2000, maybe it was. There were car conventions
All right,
that were lining up.
You guys asked me. I'm asking you.
All right.
You guys will be watching from various places. What are you watching for?
Well, Monica said something that I thought was very, very interesting, where she said that Wemby's getting better every game, and that concerns her.
Yep.
A caller said that the Spurs are getting better. I think she was specific to Wemby. But I think Wemby can go off and the Knicks could still win the game. Like, I don't think it's a guarantee that if Wemby goes for 35 and 10 that the Knicks lose. I think this is going to be a classic. I think this is going to be – this might even go to overtime.
Oh, God. I don't know if I can handle that.
Well, I know, but I think –
Oh, my God.
Because I think both teams understand the importance of this game, all right? Because –
I thought game 3 was going to overtime.
In Game 3 – as much as the Knicks didn't want to lose, they could lose. Spurs couldn't.
Right.
And now you get to where it's still desperation time for San Antonio because you don't want to go down 3-1, but they're still a little desperate for the next two because they don't want to all of a sudden go from 13 straight wins and in control of this series to it all of a sudden be 2-2 They've now have a 2-game losing streak, and now to go to San Antonio with a home team still not having won in the final. I think Spurs are a little bit more desperate, but the Knicks will be desperate as well. I think it'll show on the court. Usually when you have an expectation about officiating, ends up not being an issue.
Right.
I think we're to come on the air tomorrow talking about a classic game. And the Knicks win. And they break the streak of not being able to have a home team win in these finals.
I think you're right. I feel more comfortable. I put the regular 5 honey on the Knicks, -1.5.
Yeah, which is in effect is like money line, right?
In effect.
I've seen in some places 2.5, so you got a nice number there.
I bet it yesterday. I bet it right away. I bet it right away. So I think you're right, Don. But I will say, I'm putting a lot on the Knicks fans tonight. You cannot allow the air to come out of the building if things don't start great. Because remember, this is a team that is comfortable making a run. Like, I don't think the Knicks players are panicking if they're down 10 at halftime. I think that's generally a
building
place. But that's what I mean, but it can't be. The building can't let themselves get deflated when you know this is a team that's not going to go away if they're down 10. So if it starts out quick like they did in Game 3, those 2 quick Wemby dunks, you blink it at 7-0, you can't go, oh, my God, it's happening again. Just be there. Just keep cheering. Don't let the air get sucked out of this building.
It can't be an anxiety tank.
See,
right?
New York.
No, that will be contagious.
Yeah, you're right.
New York, I think, acknowledges when the team needs them. So I think the building will be loud during introductions. They will be in to start. But that first, if all of a sudden the Spurs go on a 10-0 run, it's nervous time. And that may zap the energy. But going in, these Knicks fans know that they need them, and they'll be in on it from the get-go. But then the game will eventually dictate how into it they actually are. Now, programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN. So if you're tuning in thinking you're getting a Mets pregame, you're not. It's over on 1050 because Game 4 of the NBA Finals, Knicks and Spurs, can be heard on 880 ESPN New York. Tip-off set for 8:30 with pregame starting at 7 o'clock with Pat O'Keefe. All games can be streamed on ESPN New York's app. So keep that in mind as well. More of the Last Call crew, 1-800-919-3776. Don on Rosenberg till 7 o'clock, live from Stout, right here on ESPN New York.
The Knicks.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals.
The Spurs.
And the Spurs hand the Knicks just their 3rd loss of the entire postseason.
The NBA Finals.
They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, It's not going to be easy.
NBA Finals Game 4 coverage begins tonight at 7 on 880 and the ESPN New York app.
Tickets are on sale now at fanaticsfest.com as Fanatics Fest NYC returns to the Javits Center on Thursday, July 16th through the 19th. The world's #1 sports fan festival puts you where sports, collecting, culture, and entertainment collide. See stars like Tom Brady, Aaron Judge, Jalen Brunson, and hundreds more, including live panels and podcasts, exclusive merch, and Fanatics games with $2 million in prizes. Go to fanaticsfest.com to get your tickets today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
This is DiPietro and Rothenberg.
This is the biggest game at Madison Square Garden since the Rangers Game 7 of 1994.
Now the pressure switches back to the Knicks.
This is what we talk about ad nauseum. What would you do if? Would you give up this? This is it. Tonight is that game.
If you go back to San Antonio 2-2, it's going to be a different animal.
If they win this game tonight, you'd be hard-pressed to think they don't win the series.
Morning Start with DiPietro and Rothenberg. Weekdays from 6 to 10 on ESPN New York and streaming live on YouTube.
I'm a dog, and my job is to make you happy. So I recommend Optimum Fiber for your home. It's famously fast, way better than flaky 5G home internet, which can slow down the more people or dogs are online. So switch to Optimum Fiber, starting at only $25 a month with a 5-year price lock. Call 888-4-OPTIMUM or visit Optimum.com today. That's 888-4-OPTIMUM.
Gus, fetch.
I gotta take that. Terms apply. See Optimum.com for details.
If you think a new central air conditioning system is out of your budget, think again. Slomin's is here to change the game with their preseason super sale. They're now offering cutting-edge 18-SEER 2026 refrigerant-compliant R45-4B systems expertly installed by their certified technicians, all at the lowest prices of the year. That's right. Get started with 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for 18 months. Plus, they're including a comprehensive service plan for 5 years, including annual system checks, filter replacement, and refrigerant to keep your AC running smoothly all summer long. Call Slomin's today at 516-932-7000 for your free estimate. But hurry, these cool savings won't last. That's 516-932-7000 or visit ac.slomans.com. 18-month promo period, no payment, no interest, and no down payment offer. The offer is available through a third-party bank. On approved credit, interest is waived if loan is repaid in full during the same as cash period. Terms and conditions apply.
Programming alert. Tonight's Mets-Cardinals game can be heard on 1050 ESPN at 6:30 p.m. Game 4 of the NBA Finals can be heard on 880 ESPN New York at 7 p.m. And all games can be streamed on the ESPN New York app.
So Ryan and I came to the decision to get life insurance when I was pregnant with our first son. He really wanted us to be taken care of if something happened to him. He provided for our family in life and also after his death. I think that would make him proud. Ethos makes it fast and easy to get life insurance. Apply in minutes and get same-day coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Excellent song choice.
Michael K. has responded.
Oh, and?
I sent him the text.
The verdict?
I said, what do you know about Wu-Tang being discussed? He wrote back, this is Michael being the genius he is, I know they're a clan.
All right, he doesn't know.
I like that answer.
There's nothing wrong with that.
Excellent, excellent.
I heard them doing Cream in rehearsal. It's very clear they're doing Cream in rehearsal. I don't know what else.
Of all days for me to have to do halftime, because I'd be right there on the court. Oh,
You can't cancel this?
I know, right? Can I get Wally to do it?
Yeah, can you switch?
Wally, what do you say?
Wally doesn't know that.
By the way,
I want to sit front and center because all the celebs are going to get up. They're going to go in the back, get their bougie food.
Yeah.
I'm staying out to watch Wu-Tang.
Shrimp the size of baby's feet.
Hey, soccer fans, join us for a live broadcast presented by Milagro Tequila. Another live broadcast. That's right. We love doing these.
Apparently so.
This one's happening on Friday. That's this Friday.
Where, though?
At Platt Deutsch, out on Long Island, Franklin Square. Like right in my backyard. Get there early, of course, everybody. Starting at 3 p.m. is the show. You can grab a Milagrosa cocktail with me, and we can talk some matchup storylines while you're part of the live, passionate soccer atmosphere. Don't miss the special live event with Don, Peter, and myself on Friday. That's this, of course, Friday, June 12th at Platt Deutsch, Franklin Square on Long Island. It's all brought to you by Milagro Tequila. We are at Stout right now. The crowd is rowdy. They're feeling it. Right, everybody? We are feeling it tonight. We are ready for this game.
I didn't hit the way
I did not. It hit a lot better last segment.
They spent it all the last time.
No, and that's why.
Are we out of energy already?
Why did he go back to the well? He does that.
I wanted to just get one more pop. I wanted one more pop.
But it's not like that loud. We're not that loud.
You don't think we're that loud here?
You have to make like a real effort, I think.
All right, can I do it? Turn me up.
There you go.
Turn me up.
He wants to be on in the house.
Turn me up.
Alan wants to be loud in the house.
Turn me up. Turn me up.
See how this goes now. Here we go. Now.
That's what we're talking. So as I just said a moment ago, everybody here, are we ready for the Knicks Game 4 tonight?
Oh, yeah. You bet your ass. You bet your ass, Alan Hahn.
Right, that's the pop. Now, can I get Charlie Ward was here with us a few minutes ago. He gave us a Go New York Go. Can I get one here, please?
That's not what he asked for.
No.
Come on.
I asked for a go New York, go New York, go.
All right.
It's feeling right. No, you know what? It's feeling right now.
I'm satisfied.
All right, good.
I'm satisfied.
Go Knicks.
No,
we
we did not need.
So you guys got to stop. Stop waving your. Not Allen as much. Don's so quick.
I have nothing.
What do you mean? They've been a different team since he uncursed them.
No.
And now you're just
Because
done
they're
with
a talented team. He has nothing to do with this at all. And I don't know how much he's paid ESPN for all this promotion. You can't get more promotion.
I don't think he's.
We
paid.
benefit nothing in no way. He's benefiting from it.
I'll tell you what, he's on notice though. If everything it starts going wrong.
Well, why would that be his fault? He didn't change anything.
He's full of.
I'm not on board with him.
By the way,
he's got to pay this off now.
It's a
a bad look.
It's a shame. He's very entertaining.
I told
Excellent
you, I
drop
don't
there.
like him being like the Grimace and the Hawk Tua girl. We don't
That's
need
exactly.
that.
Well, he's
They're
not
playing.
Nobody
But he's
else
not
is.
that.
Nobody's embracing it other than himself.
No, that's not true. Wrestling fans and Nick fans, that the Venn
like wrestling?
diagram, they're enjoying it. But
All right,
no
I'll give
one's
you that.
treating him like he's.
This is not Hawk Tua.
It's all tongue in cheek. No one's actually like, oh my God. Ever since it's more a fun.
Well, I don't find it fun.
Because he's a Mets fan and he knows this stuff's bad.
Yeah, I think you're
It's bad juju.
I
for
think
him.
you're broken. It's only the Mets would take it seriously and actually start making Hawk
listen,
Tua T-shirts in the building.
I know.
And the juju was so
Grimace.
bad it ended her public life. The Mets ended her public. They killed her. The Mets killed Hawk Tua girl.
Right. And
She went from being a worldwide phenomenon. She throws out a first pitch. A T-shirt gets made. She gets involved with some Ponzi scheme. She literally no longer exists. You can't find a current picture of her. That's the Mets.
Well, that's the Mets.
You don't have to worry about that with Danhausen and the Knicks. It's not that.
Yeah, because the Knicks are changing the narrative because they're playing well. They finally figured it out. There's no mysticism to this. There's no reverse jinx. There's no reverse curse. There's just a man just trying to get his name out there, and it's worked. Good for him. I'm not on board.
Fair point. I didn't know who he was until all this.
I just don't like Don's negativity. It's
No, I'm being positive. I'm giving the Knicks respect. I'm not disrespecting them like the Mets with their stupid little antics.
But you said something earlier that I think is probably the truest thing you've ever said.
Thank you.
Wow.
And that is there's suddenly a greater importance on this win that goes beyond a series.
What's that?
It's kind of getting the Knicks getting a win calms down what has been at the start of this week. It's been hectic, right? And the emotions have run high and frustrations have run high. You've got restrictions around the arena. You've all of a sudden got these barricades up. Now no one's allowed to have those celebrations out front of the Garden tonight that we're so used to seeing. It's become a ritual for Knick fans. Everybody meets at the Garden and we all jump up and down for about an hour and celebrate a playoff win. That's taken away. So it just feels like, again, the end of the innocence came after like Friday night, and this week hasn't felt like what the last 2 months has felt like. Am I right?
Right.
And so a win brings back a little bit of that magical, mystical, hey, this has been such a fun run, and look, and now they're one win away. That's how important now this is. It's almost like we forget this run has unified the city, has brought people together, where those who disagree on everything can agree on one thing. It's freaking cool when the Knicks win. The whole city, the whole area, the tri-state area gets around this, and we've lost that for a couple of days. You need to get it back. A win does that. So it goes beyond just a series in a basketball game.
I couldn't agree with you more. There has been a series of things that have happened over the last 48 hours that just don't relate to the game.
Right.
And it even happened more today. The Knicks need to handle this. The players themselves need to turn the narrative back into this is a magical season. And it happens with a win tonight.
Get back to work. Time for one last call. Nick in Woodbridge, you're on Don, Hahn, and Rosenberg. What's up, man? Last call, crew.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking the call. I'll keep it short and simple. Doesn't matter the size of the dog in the fight. It's the size of the fight in the dog. So I don't care how big Wemby is. I don't care how tough he wants to act. At the end of the day, the Knicks are the better basketball team. I stand by that. People want to doubt Jalen Brunson, 82 points on 81 shots, whatever that metric is. Keep doubting him because he's going to bring us a championship. Let's go, Knicks.
Well, nobody's down him in New York, that's for sure. Now, what's happening outside of New York? Who cares, man? Like, honestly, Alan and I have conversations all the time about, like, ignoring the haters on Twitter and the negativity and all that. Dude, this is about us. This is about the team that you've rooted for your entire life. So if people in L.A. and Chicago and Dallas, all think that this is a fugazi run and they're not going to be back, who cares? Let them say
it's not for them.
It's not for them. It's for New York, and it's the one thing that can really unite everybody. So, you brought up a couple of weeks ago, maybe you want the Thunder over the Spurs so people can't disrespect that they got the easier road. Who cares? Honestly, who cares? You're 2 wins away from a championship, and that's closer than you were in '99 when you lost in 5. So you got to go back to '94, the last time they were this close to a championship. Honestly, So, and that's a lifetime ago. There's a lot of people in this building right now, in the sound of my voice, that weren't alive for it or too young to remember it. That's how long you've gone. And then forget the last time they won a championship. That's 53 years ago. You have to be in your 60s the last time you can remember.
These are your good old days. These are your glory days for that generation that you're just talking about that doesn't really remember as far back as 99 or 94, that has only heard about the 90s from your uncle or your dad or your whoever it is, your older brother.
Yeah.
And you don't really know it, and the only thing you say is, yeah, but they didn't win. They didn't win it.
Should we close the show singing "These Are the Days" by Natalie Merchant? Is it Natalie Merchant or 10,000 Maniacs?
What song are you talking about?
These Are the Days.
These are the days.
These are.
Oh yeah. We'll remember.
Oh, I thought the other one. Yeah. What's her name? These are the days, my friend.
Wasn't that from the 70s?
Sing and dance forever and a day.
I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No. This I thought you were going to do Bruce Springsteen Glory Days.
Because that too.
Like you hear about Glory Days, everybody talks about
bring up Glory Days. Don will get upset
because he hates that song.
No, he hates the.
Because the baseball player threw what was the word?
He threw that
speedball.
Speedball. I'm sorry. Were they throwing drugs around, Bruce? What are you talking about? Oh, he's a big baseball. Michael said he's a big baseball fan.
Let's
take
it out with another
Fastball,
Go New York, go! Come on, let's hear it. Come on.
Don Hahn and Rosenberg, ESPN New York.
I'd finally have time to reread my favorite fantasy book.
Dig deeper. We're imagining winning the New York lottery here.
Okay, I'd build my own reading nook right where the sun hits.
You're getting warmer.
The French sun. I'll buy a villa in Marseille. Wait, what's the French word for sun?
I don't know, Kathy. You're the reader.
Okay, I'll hire a tutor to learn the French word for sun, then the words to negotiate real estate, then I'll buy my own French library.
And to think you just wanted to reread a book. New York Lottery. Can you imagine? Play today. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
In New York City, young men of color deserve every opportunity to succeed. The NYC Young Men's Initiative is investing in futures through education, workforce development, healthcare, and justice programs designed to uplift and empower. And through programs like the Cooney Fatherhood Academy, we're supporting young fathers and building brighter futures for themselves and their families. Visit nyc.gov/YMI programs or at NYC Young Men on all socials to learn more.
Hey, New York and New Jersey, Boost Mobile has an unlimited talk, text, and data plan that's only $25 a month forever, meaning you'll only ever pay $25 a month for the rest of your life. Who wouldn't want unlimited wireless when it only costs $25 a month forever? If you don't, you must be one of those people who enjoy overpaying for their phone plan. $25 a month forever is truly as good as it gets, so go online and switch now at boostmobile.com. After 30 gigabytes, customers may experience slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month as long as they remain active on the Boost Mobile Unlimited plan.
If you've been injured on a construction site, then you need a lawyer who knows New York's unique labor laws. At the Parisman Firm, they have decades of experience handling construction accident cases and a proven track record of delivering huge results. Their team has already recovered nearly $1 billion for hardworking New Yorkers. From scaffold accidents to slip and falls and equipment failures, they've got your back. Call the Parisman Firm now at 718-WORKERS. That's right, 718-WORKERS, because your case is their cause. Get the justice you deserve today.
Download to see if you qualify. Not all customers will qualify. Transfer fees may apply. No Albert subscription required. Albert is not a bank. Albert Instant Loans are issued by FinWise Bank, member FDIC. Not an actual client. Terms apply.
Kylie, what's wrong? I just got hit with a car repair bill. I'm behind on rent, and I feel like I can never save any money.
Have you tried the Albert app? Albert is your financial assistant, helping you find ways to save and create custom budgets to actually grow your money. Plus, you can get up to $10,000 for big expenses, or advance up to $1,000 fast when you need cash right away.
Albert can get me up to $10,000 $10,000?
Exactly. Albert spots you in a pinch and helps you grow your money in the long run.
I'm downloading Albert right now.
Download the Albert app and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000 for whatever you need. The Albert app helps you budget better and save more money so you reach your financial goals faster. Download the Albert app right now and use promo code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000. Use code MULTIPLY to borrow up to $10,000.
This is your home for the Eastern Conference champion New York Knicks and the NBA Finals. WHSQ and WCBS-FM HD2, New York. Welcome to the NBA Finals.
And San Antonio is alive and well in the NBA Finals. Stephon Castle, 5 huge points down the stretch, and the Spurs hand the Knicks just their 3rd loss of the entire postseason.
New York Knicks basketball is on the air.
I told our guys it's a 7-game series for a reason. They're a great team. They're well coached. They got an iconic player, you know. It's not going to be easy.
Now, with an Amazon Hub Delivery NBA Finals special, here's Pat O'Keefe.